Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Horemheb, just checking in. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Somebody was just saying that they couldn't hear the background music.
They couldn't hear the background
music. It says, it could do with some background music.
You could do it. I can't hear it.
But I can hear it. I can hear it.
Up a little bit. Okay, so I've just launched a poll. So if you can hear me over the music, okay, are you able to vote? Hold on a minute. Yes, okay. So just give us a yes or a no if you can hear me over the music, okay. Okay, just waiting for a few of you to finish the voting there. Okay, all right. So I'll allow a few more people to vote. I'll leave that running before I end that. So thank you for joining us on, I think in England it's Mother's Day today. I'm sure, I don't know if that's the same all over the world, because we do have international listeners. So thank you for joining us today. So we put on a special class to allow us to finish off a specialist class, the Rebirth of Black Egypt and the Matriarch. So that is revisited, I should say. So that is a few actual facts books in there thrown together. It's not one single book. Sorry, Horemheb, just to correct that. It's not one single book with that title, but it's a few actual facts put together to bring a number of subjects to you that we want to express before we get into next week's class, which is the hidden science of the breath. So we were not able to complete that on a single part because the subject was just so intense. So we will be doing that today. So effectively, I'll finish off that class today, and then if there's time at the end and people have got questions, happy to take questions on any subject. Obviously, if you've got questions on what we're talking about today, please, by all means, Horemheb has taken you through the ability to question via raising your hand, so you can come in verbally and ask those questions directly, or you can ask the questions in a written form or fashion. If that suits you better. So say questions focus on the subject, but obviously if we get time at the end, then questions on any subject within our doctrine that you choose to answer. We tried a number of different things today to hopefully improve the experience. So just using a new piece of software I didn't realise that the actual transitions between the slides are not as smooth as they are on my computer in terms of what's being broadcast over the ethers. So we've changed or used a different bit of software to make that smoother. If it's still a little bit jerky, there is another option that would make it absolutely smooth, but that would require you to log into two pieces of software to experience the class, and so we're trying to avoid that if possible. But if it does get to that need to do that, then so your experience is optimum, then we're probably going to ask people to log into the two different bits of software. It just means two apps will be running as opposed to the one app at the moment. As a result of this new piece of software, because I think it's just come out or very recently, I need to switch between a couple of different apps, so hopefully that doesn't affect your experience today. And also for the first time, we've managed to find a solution to get the whiteboard working. So hopefully if I need to explain something or spell anything, then basically you'll be able to I'll be able to write that on the screen where possible in doing so. Yeah, so I might switch between the whiteboard at certain times versus the presentation. Hopefully, as I say, that will help the experience as we start to improve the classes or evolve the classes on the way we're delivering the classes to you as members of the public and some of you members of the Sabian tribe. Okay, thank you very much, as I say, for joining us. I see a number of people starting to join. Hope everybody is doing well in lockdown. And as I say, our classes will continue post-lockdown in this fashion, likely because we're covering a very large geographical area. So at the moment, as I say, we will get back to face, I'm sure, sometime in the future, and when the law permits. At the moment, they're online, so hopefully, I say your experience is improving, and feel free, as I say, to ask questions on anything you don't understand or want more clarification on. If you haven't seen part 1 to this, then that's available on our YouTube channel. I'll show you that if I remember. So maybe give me a prompt or a heb at the end so I can show you not only our YouTube channel, but a YouTube channel with a number of different classes linked to Wu-Sabat.com. I think there's over 200 different classes and videos, very useful. Some culturally specific, some very scientific. So you definitely worth taking a look and getting into that to get better understanding of some of the subjects that we're looking at today. So ideally, when you are joining us, this is a class. It's not me preaching, although I tend to go on sometimes a bit longer than maybe I should. But this is a class, so you should have your notebook, pen, paper, however you choose to record those notes, Microsoft OneNote, whatever it is you're using. And I say read around, research around the subjects, etc., to improve your understanding. There's only so much we can cover in a certain amount of class, so say ask questions to get better clarity and do your research between or during or even after these classes or whatever to shore up your knowledge because you're seeking confirmation of what we are teaching to you today. My name is Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn. I'm a student teacher of the Master Teacher Dr Malachi Z and part of the Matriarch, which is the student teachers, the SPIAN Student Teachers Association. And so sometimes I may refer to myself, even though I'm a single person, I may say we, and that's talking about the team of people that's obviously bringing you this seminar today, as well as obviously all the student teachers around the world, in combination with who we refer to as the master teacher, bringing the doctrine of Wu-Sabat in this day and time, setting the record straight of who and what we are in this day and time, and bringing clarity to our actual purpose in this spiritual science called Wu-Sabat. Certainly in this world of Zupu or chaos that we find ourselves born in this day and time. But as they say, it's the great and dreadful day, some say in a certain book. And so we certainly want to be on the great side of that because it's a time for transformation and change. Okay, let us crack on then. So I will very briefly run through what we were talking about in part 1, very short introduction, and then, as I say, get into the lower part of this class what we were dealing with, which was part 2. So we'll get into these subjects here and get into this matriarch section. Okay, let me just play about with this just for one moment. Bear with me all. Come on, hurry up, mate. That's what we've got people saying on the line. I'm just trying to look for a certain configuration. Just help me. So to find that setting at the moment. All right, I'll try and see if I can find a short break. Okay, right. Okay, let's move on. So we can see here. This is us on Facebook for those joining us for the first time. This is our UK website and Wu-Sabat.com. And I do want to take you to the Wu-Sabat YouTube channel. There's a lot of resources on there. And we've got a new website coming as well very, very soon, probably like in the summer. So look out for that. And I'll give details of that when that's done and ready for you to, as I say, look at the many official sites and organisations we have within our tribe and nation. So this way you can find us locally on Facebook. And these seminars, as I say, are on the Zoom platform. And so you need to be registered for part 1 and part 2. But once registered, that takes you all the way to any events that we are having, and from now until, let's say, next April. So you need to register one time. Okay, so we talked to you about, who we are as an organisation and some of our cultural symbols that we have up here. I say, and all of that started with the mind and purpose through our ancestors, who we refer to as the Ba'h Natharu. So they were known as in ancient Egypt. Their proper name is actually the Murazaku. The word Natharu means overseers. Murazaku means the providers, or one who are providers. And I suppose the one sent to us, or a teacher given to us in this day and time, Dr. Malachi Z York, known as the master teacher. So considers himself to be a master at teaching, and certainly us who have studied under him for a number of years now, myself over 27 years, certainly can see why that title is self-evident. But you as individuals, if you are joining us for the first time, that obviously is a continual process for you to prove that. We're not dealing with a belief system here. You're seeking confirmation at all times. So here, he's the son of Mary Abba York, known as Fatima, born March 10th, 1929, as you can see there, and crossed over to the other side to become one of our Salafi or ancestors on August 4th, 2012. So maybe because it's apt, it's Mother's Day today, it's important, as I say, that we give respect to the Sacred Femi-Nine. The Sacred Femi-Nine, that's my water alarm. Give respect to the Sacred Femi-Nine in terms of, without them, no teachers, certainly in this particular environment, would be born. So coming through the womb of a woman, that woman is responsible for the design of that individual and provides the ability, as I say, to them to be born and have a physical genealogy here on the planet Earth. We'll be going through the science of that today. So it's very important. A lot of time we spend a lot of emphasis and focus on the teachers, but not enough on what their lineage was, who birthed them, where did they come from. So our ancestors selected this individual, as I say, to birth or to come through or in-house who we know as Dr. Malachi, as I say, could be New York. And, he was born in Takoradi, Ghana, West Africa. And, as I say, around about 1945 that was, and his father was Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman, and so Al-Mahdi. And so if you, let's say, heard a few of these classes before, you know that he's part of the Sayyid family in Sudan. And that, again, that royal lineage takes him back to the Mahdi, Muhammad Al-Mahdi, Ahmed Al-Mahdi of the Sudan, again, 1845 to 1885. You can see a graphical depiction of him. There. Just zoom in a little bit there. Yeah, probably a little bit difficult to see, but you can see the lineage. So here is he is the grandson, so making the master teacher the great grandson of the Mahdi. So there, the lineage goes from here. As I say, his father down to here, his grandfather, and then great-grandfather here, the Mahdi. So look him up in history. That's your own homework to crack on with and do. As I say, a formidable individual in one, arguably, would say it's African history, but not given the credit because I suppose the association not only with Islam, but then the racism that exists in Islam, because he looked, let's say his freckles were too close, as we say, it's a dark-skinned, woolly-haired individual, not Sudanese in origin, but obviously of the Dongolawi, what they call it, Fuzzy Wuzzy tribe there. And so, as I say, yeah, a formidable individual, which really most black people should certainly be aware in our story of who this individual is. A highly spiritual man, they call it a master karama. So very adept in the skills of using natural nature as well as their physical fighting skills to protect Africa, so driving the British and Turks out of the motherland. A number of different incursions. I mean, that's very apt when we look at ancient Egypt and many of the campaigns that our pharaohs engaged in throughout the ages. So, and this is Master Teacher, aged 25, and when he had his initiation, and this being referred to as Yaanuwn, and housed this individual, and as I to most, and naturally so, it would sound crazy, but as I say, one of the things that we have to look at is, well, why is it that, as I say, first world people do not dig up the bones of their ancestors to find out who and what they are? How have they maintained hundreds of thousands of years, going on into millions of years of connections and updating and retaining certain cultural practices and ideas? How they have been able to maintain it? What is the system? Because archaeology, paleontology, and these types of things are relatively new phenomena. They are modern disciplines in terms of finding out what has gone on in the past. Nothing wrong with that to some degree in terms of seeking confirmation. Yeah, that's what we're about. But at the end of the day, if that's part of your family and lineage, there's an element of disrespect associated with that as well. Or, this is not, we have only lost our connection to it, I suppose, in the last 6,000 years to some degree, and more acutely in the last 400 years plus, in terms of the so-called slave trade, or the one from 1600 down to the year 2000, but although nothing was traded, we have to keep making that point. It's a kidnapping, really a crime under international law. And so when we start to look at those aspects of things, well, how do our stories get renewed? How does it all correct itself? We've got one version or main version of that was taught to us through the Bible. But what is the Egyptian or the Tamarian or the ancient African process for that? Yeah, and so we have to start getting into the fact that our story has to renew itself. And some things sound crazy. I'm not saying to say anybody here should believe or accept what I'm saying, but you have to use some reasoning ability or some curiosity to say, well, how did it work way back when? And all of a sudden, why did it stop? Why did all these interactions stop? Because at one time, according to their Bible, there was all this interaction with all of these beings from above, modern day term extraterrestrials. And all of a sudden, there's no more interaction. It just stops until Jesus, we're supposed to wait for Jesus to come to fix everything. Meanwhile, people are getting their asses whooped every day, excuse my French. Innocents are dying every day. And so certain forces appear to be ruling this planet and winning and dominating. So what are the forces of change, for positivity, for good, as it connects to us? Understood. So there's a plan, and part of that plan is the in-housing of certain beings being born into this world, in this case as a teacher, to teach our people who and what they are today, and their spiritual science of the ancient Africans, that science that unified us mentally, so the physical unity would follow, and we call that in this day and time Wu-Sabat. Connected to the Sirius star constellation. And as I say, this is the Master Yaanuwn's Safaf symbol, so the hieroglyphics that we're seeing here. And I've gone through many times before, but if you're here for the first time, this symbol here is called the Patat symbol. It symbolizes the sky, but when you see it here with a sun in the center, then it symbolizes the heavens. This is not, some say, or we say in our language in updated Sabaik, Natat. Here we see the symbol for the Palel or stool symbol. This is a symbol for Nabab or master. And that gives, so here, understanding, this is, yes, a word for heavens. This gives you a pa sound, which is equivalent, I suppose, maybe to the English P. Here, Nabab, you've got the two reeds here, and that gives you a ya symbol. So if you were probably equivalent in English, you'd say Y. The three bowls here, the three nun bowls, that gives you a nu sound. So nu, N, O, nu, yes, sounds, nu bowls, or NU, maybe a better way to describe it. Nu, as in nu, N-E-W, in English. And then all of that is contained, interestingly, those tones are contained within a cartouche, which is a protective symbol for tones and names you see in many of our cultural iconography. And this is a symbol for water. Yes, so blue, you see it there. So blue is a symbol of the Blue Nile, and that gives you a N sound. Yeah, so an N sound in English, we would say. So Pa, Nabab, Ya, Nun here, yes, and then this is a symbol for earth. So we've got heaven and earth, so hence master of heaven and earth. And that is simply for the onlooker to understand this is what the person is saying in terms of their job title. It's not a form of worship insofar as directing worship to being. Obviously, in our culture, we gave respect and adoration for people who did great things, as somebody would give adoration maybe to their GP who has, solved a problem for them, and then you give adoration or respect to that GP because they've fixed a certain issue for you that maybe was long-standing. So there's nothing wrong. There seems to be a problem when blacks give respect to other blacks who are living, and this is something that we've got to get rid of. You understand, in suppression of ego and things of that nature. Yeah, as they say, the ego in the mind's going to say ego is like an apple. You can give it away. Maybe you don't lose it. So in humility and giving respect, you still retain your ego, but obviously you suppress it to give respect to others, to thank for sacrifices and various other things that have been made. So, very important for us in this day and time. And as I say, 360 degrees of esoteric knowledge and 360 degrees of earthly knowledge gives you 720 degrees of information or information coming to us in the form of information. And then the 7 plus 2 equals 9. So in this university system today, you come out with 1 degree. So when we understand this is what it is teaching us or being expressed to us to learn and understand what these are today. But in our previous ignorant state, this would have been blinded to us, even to the point of not even wanting to show any real interest in knowing what this was, because somebody has tried to put into the back of your mind that this culture has got nothing to do with you as black people. You are connected to the Bible and other types of books, etc., which, as I say, have nothing to do with your culture, which is wholly false, and incorrect. One moment. right, wholly false, let's say, and incorrect. So updating that as well. So it also deals with 360 degrees of the living, 360 degrees of understanding death as well. So the cycles of life and the cycles of death are things that we should master again in this physical environment. And that then gives you 720 degrees of what you would call spiritual and physical information. So we need to know how things work in natural nature, in the environment that we are in. We need to have an understanding into an overstanding of where we're at, who we are, and how we fit into that environment. Yeah, and that's something that needs to be factual. It can be spiritual, but it must be factual. So spiritual doesn't mean aloof or out there, etc. No, it means that still it must be something that we can confirm and understand as part of that process. Understood? So this is what you are genetically entitled to, spiritually entitled to, whatever word that you want to use. It's your genetic right to understand this information, and it is the alternative solution to and only solution to our salvation in this day and time. Yeah, what we have been taught through miseducation, misinformation, that there's only one God, one solution, one spiritual pathway, so to speak. So the monotheistic religions have been quite happy to express to us, and they get promoted within the societies, be it and have tax breaks and other different types of things, because the people that are controlling this environment right now, this world right now, the Parkakasu or the Caucasoids or the Kakasanadu, the Caucasoids in this day and time, know very well and fully well that that is not the pathway to our salvation, but rather, as I say, the pathway to the forces that control death, decay, etc. And if our eyes are really open, we will see, you understand, who taught about this concept called the devil. You understand? We didn't learn about it in the womb. Who taught us first about the concept? We ask those questions. How many books are there in the Bible? Yeah, look at the number. And the Quran, no different. Yeah, Islam, as I say, gets away. It seems the Caucasians get the blame for slavery and slave trade, but how many times has the Islamic culture enslaved our people? And still today is indulged in slavery and so on, and some of these horrific practices of subjugating people, all justified under their religious practices, because their overlords were engaged in the same types of behavior. Okay. So move through. So not going to cover this in great detail. Please refer to part 1 unless you've got any questions on it specifically. But as I say, this is part of what they call a grand plan, so an orchestrated plan of great teachers who have come along and added a little bit more to uncovering the story, so that by the time we got to where we are right now, there's an opportunity for us to see and see the truth, and certain things will be revealed to us in the day and time, as I say, going all the way back to the original understood on this planet and then beyond. Yeah, in, above, and even beyond. Yeah, so we're now getting into the world of quantum physics and these types of things, taking us right back. So nothing, no subject can be unknown to us in this day and time of who we are, how we arrived, how we got here, and what our purpose, etc., is going forward into the future. So any questions?
Yes. There's a question here that sort of refers back to a question that was asked week before last from Kemi, and it says, how can I make a link to my ancestors? I'm mixed race. When looking at my family of 4 generations, how do I research both sides and link with both sides, or just the black side? I
mean, it's an excellent question. Basically, I think you have to kind of, in that situation, you have to kind of put racism out of the picture to some degree. You're interested in who are the individuals, what are their types of personalities, because that's going to inform you about what triggers certain behaviors in you. So that's just about a personal situation where you're trying to find out, well, I don't know, it might explain why you're angry in a certain situation. It might explain why you're into certain things. It might explain some of the influences that affect you in certain situations and why you are the way you are. So the more you can find out, irrespective of the colour of the people's skin, so to speak, the more you can find out, the better control and understanding that you have of yourself. Specifically, and this can happen, it doesn't matter particularly about whether you're mixed race or not mixed race. When we are getting into some of the complexities about race, there are more people who are black than are not. So, and what renders one black? A lot of the time in this society, bad education means that a lot of people are trying to be, and even blacks as well, are trying to be white because that is seemingly, particularly through the media, Hollywood, television, and other sources, we have been programmed that is the optimum way to be. So there's a lot of denial that a lot of sub-races who have interacted with blacks are actually black as a result of that. So a mixed race person essentially is treated like a black person predominantly in this society. You can't be white because the whites won't accept you, let's be honest. So, you know, you have to make comfortable with the fact, well, I'm black. So meaning to say that the pathway to these higher realms can be achieved because I have black genes. Now, whether a person who has more genes that are conflicting within that, or whether it's more problematic, that's going to be based on the relationship between those ancestors in those 4 generations. So, for an example, if you look to your mother and father, if you knew them or understand them, you would say, for example, analyze their relationship. And let's say, for example, they got divorced. Yes, I don't know, before you were born. Understood? Or during the 9-month process. That conflict between those 2 individual parents would have an impact potentially on the child, because when the sperm hits the ovum, it's like a snapshot is taken of our life at that particular point. Understood? And that then goes to formulate who that individual is. So when you go back 4 generations, and the reason why some of these conflicts arise in the individual, is because if you think about it, externally, if somebody was in a mixed race relationship, not saying you personally, but I'm saying someone's in a mixed race relationship, and let's say the grandparents of the 2 individuals met, and the reality is, you know, if we're going back 30, 40, 50 years or whatever, they're going to be at conflict with each other. You know what I mean? Particularly the white side are not going to be happy. You know what I mean? There's going to be maybe some adverse racism potentially there. And the black side are not going to be happy because of a lot of the mistreatment that took place at that time amongst our people. And maybe generally they just don't want that relationship to take place. So in that conflict takes place still at a cellular level, because the person's DNA and RNA, i.e. what renders a person having personality, is there within the genes. So it can cause cellular conflict. Yeah, it can cause sometimes triggers of mental health issues if a person doesn't understand what is going on. Hence why you're doing that study, or all of us should be doing that study, to see where conflicts can happen. If a person, for example, came from their lineage came from 2 different tribes in that 4 generation, then conflict can arise at a cellular level between those competing DNAs, which is to say why we have to be, it's better to be aware than not aware. Better to know and not need it than not know at all. Understood? So one, as I say, in that situation, would have to focus on the fact that, yes, I'm mixed race. You have to know about all of it as you know what I mean, Some of it may be positive, some of it may be negative, but because of the black side within your DNA, that provides a pathway to those higher states of existence, and that is what you're predominantly interested in. At the end of the day, it's still your family, it's still your genes, so you have to look at it in that context and understand, as say, the different relationships between the individuals going on. If you can find that information out, and I certainly think, okay, well, how has this had an effect on me today? Yeah, which it can have an adverse effect, but if you're aware of it, then you can take control of it or take measures to take control of it. But that would apply to everybody of, as I say, all of the different races, because most or predominantly the people on this who are considered to be black are mixed. That's why if you put a number of different black people in a room together, we don't all look the same. Because of the strength of our genetics and genes, our genome has been attacked the most on the planet or interfered with. So we're not like, for example, the Orientals, who are considered free ether. And when you look at a lot of Orientals, they always exchange. If you look at a lot of Orientals today, they look very similar to each other because their genes haven't been interfered with as much as ours, because of its strength. We're seeing even with some of the COVID-19 stuff. Again, plasma treatments and things of this nature, showing that our blood is again highly sought after, as we spoke about in previous classes. So yeah, very interesting topic. We're going to get a bit more into the class, into that in some more detail today. So that's that inner journey. People think that inner journey is finding Jesus Christ or linking with Muhammad. I'm not knocking anybody who's, I say, into those religions, etc., or that journey. But the real journey for us is, and the reality journey for us is about finding out who we are. And I say who we are, that's like, okay, who are our ancestors, what types of people, and in some cases, you're not going to be able to find that information, or the little bit that you can find is very scatty, but it's part of your spiritual journey to find out who is sitting in these 4 generations, and that's the acceptance that you are 4 generations, but you are the person in the driver's wheel, so you ultimately have control. And as long as you are the one making decisions, and that restores or can restore that connection. But we're going to get into some of the science around that a little bit later today, and maybe so we need to do one class that just deals with that holistically. One thing I would say, when we're having genetic conversations and gene conversations, that you need mature people in the room when we're talking about genes. So there'll be things that are said today or when we teach, and the natural kind of sometimes the reaction to certain things is that English word I'm not going to say. And then this kind of YOLO attitude. You only live once. I'm messed up anyway. Blah blah blah, and therefore people just go on a madness. That's not the approach that we have to take. There's some things we're going to hear. There's certain things that you think, damn, man, we did that out of ignorance, so on and so forth. And you have to think that actually this is the start of a process, and it's going to take many years to correct. But the changes in mindset that we're making now, having interacted and heard the truth from, and get these facts now being directed to us, tailored for us from the master teacher, this is going to force that change to take place now. So it will take at least 400 years to correct some of the adversity within our genes right now for the next 4 generations. And in certain instances, when we talk about the rise of the woman back to power, as we're going to get into in the second half of this class, that won't reach its apex for another 6,000 years. So we must think long term. Yes, there's an element of us individually that wants that salvation and does the things necessary to make it to those higher realms and higher levels. And yes, of course, you should aspire for that wholeheartedly, so that at the point of death, we are able to either reincarnate or ascend, depending on the choices that we choose to make in that regard. But certainly, we must also think, actually, we need to do it for the next generation. You understand? And then for the next generation. So we're all interlinked. We just happen, as we're alive in this day and time, we happen to be the ones driving the car, so to speak. And so how that car is to be steered, and how many backseat drivers there are in those 4 generations, that's why you're going to be doing a lot of that research, because people will be telling to go in different directions because of their own desires, which were not burned out when they were here on Earth. You need to be the ones making decisions and retaining that connection. The moment those decisions are being influenced by drugs, the moment those decisions are being influenced by anything else other than self, that's when we talk about a person losing their soul. Understood? Yeah, and obviously if you lose it, the connection can be restored, and that's understanding what soul is, so on and so forth. So a long answer, but I think sets us up when we go into part 2 of this class in a bit more detail. Yeah, any other questions?
Yes, there's one more question, and this is from Den Amir, and it says, continuing on from the story of Ashtat and Re, why was Ashtat so jealous of her grandfather Re?
Jealousy is an interesting word. So that was sort of Isis and Re went through last class in part 1. It's not that jealousy is not really the right word. I think you have to understand our nature today and then their nature back then. Just because somebody has the title deity or has been appointed to a position of power doesn't mean they don't have the same human attributes, fallacies, positivities that are part of our personality. So you have to start seeing them as real. Even though, and that's one of the things of breaking the spell. As I explained to you in the previous session, she was a sacred feminine or female, where men at that time still had control and power in the story. So it's not that she was jealous of him, it's just that basically she understood he had the power, and in order to, as she saw it, fix the corrections in the world, she knew that a female mindset was necessary in order to do that. And so therefore, she sought power from the strongest being that was in existence at that point, i.e. Re. And so therefore, in her mind, whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, she sought his power for that reason, to do it, to then use it for good. And that was her justification. So it wasn't that it was fuel from jealousy. It was fuel for, hey, these men are messing up the world. Let me try and correct it. And therefore, they're not going to listen to me as a woman unless I take the power. Yeah, she found a smart way of achieving that, and then was respected, obviously, as a result. Hence why we, as I say, see the story today. Any other questions?
No, there are no further questions currently.
Okay. So, as I say, we are looking, as I say, a pathway of uncovering or breaking the spell. And that's we went through, it's called the first half an hour, 1970 down to the year 2000. So an hour when those elders come and they incarnate, 24 of them, each is given an hour symbolically to convey an aspect of our story, to renew our story. And the last end times, the 19th elder of the 24 occupies the 25th seat, which the 25th seat is on Earth. So 19 descends down 25 in order to convey this information necessary. So in that first half an hour, symbolized by the opening of the 7th seal, they refer to it, this was the uncovering of what in ancient Egypt was known as the lesser mysteries. So these kind of baby studies, the monotheistic religions as they're classified today, all of that was expunged and explained, symbolism broken down, etc., in the first 30 years. And we talk about the degree of Christ and degree of Mohammedanism. These are 1,000-page books. I don't think the degree of Mohammedanism ever went out insofar as it being a single title, but hundreds of pages really of what's going into everything that you could know and even don't know about, say, those religions, broken down, where they came from, etc. But all roads lead to ancient Egypt, which is to say where their deity sent all of their prophets, so on and so forth. So all of that led to the ending of the devil's rule, so to speak, or the Mukasu or Caucasian rule, Caucasoid rule, from, depending on which calendar you use, either 3761 BC down to the year 2000, or from 4004, biblically speaking, the birth of canon in the Bible, down to 2004, or in some cases 1999, when the nines aligned. All of these dates symbolize the ending of that cycle period, or ending of the moon cycle, coming into the solar cycle, let's say, which we're going into now, the sun cycle going into now, which that started, as I say, really in the year 1970. So end of the devil's rule, that symbolizes us moving into our culture, finding about who we are. So it talks about that ninth chamber there, going into the ancient Egyptian world, and now we're learning about our stuff. Where the Egyptian mysteries are being, or my story is now being uncovered. And so that was the hereafter. So we're still here on earth after the devil's rule, or the Mukasu, or the Caucasian rule has ended. Remember, their overlords, the Anunnaki and Pleiadians, gave them dominion to rule for a certain period of time, etc. That's what that story is talking about in Genesis. In those early chapters, chapter 1, etc., into chapter 2, so on and so forth, in their Torah. That's what that is expressing there. It's not saying dominion, rule over everybody. It's just saying rulership, or that's what they wanted them to dominate and rule, and that was our power also diminishing at that time. So that's referred to as the hereafter doctrine. And then when 2012 and precession of the equinox happens, 2012, then that, as I say, takes you into the thereafter doctrine. And maybe I need to explain what those are in more detail and do that in a bit. Okay, in fact, let's move through this because I have a tendency to go on. So if I've got to switch through these, so I don't want to mess up people's eyes. So if it's too much for you, just look away for a second. So we covered a lot, so please, to say, go into part 1 for those details so we can get into part 2. Otherwise, we'll end up in the same position again. We've covered all the topics here. All interesting stuff, right? Okay. Yeah. So here, just looking at a few timelines here, the 24,000 year equinox cycle, where we've got these 4 periods. So again, I'm confused on this one, but again, moon, sun, moon, sun, moon, sun, moon, and then now we're going into a sun cycle again. Yeah, notice how it's showing here the kind of change in direction, interesting enough, or the flow of one into the other. So going into a new cycle. So that 7-year millennium is the end of, I suppose, in terms of their calendar, it's the end of it's the first 1,000 years of the new 24,000 year cycle, and then the last 1,000 years of their cycle. So from obviously 49,000 years ago, so 7 times 7 is 49,000. Remember, we talked about that in a previous session, that in their story, in his story, 7 times 7, or 7,000 years, the creation of the Adamite being only 6,000 years ago, was the end of that Anunnaki project. And 4 plus the 9 equals 13, which is why the number 13 is deemed to be unlucky number or things of that culture, because it symbolized the end of that cycle and the end of their genes or genetics. So 6,000 years will take us up to 48, and then as you go into the year 2000, that is in the new, or the last final 1,000 years, where their genes, according to the telomeres or the telomerase, when you're dealing with from a racial point of view, the telomerase would expire. Understood? Yeah. So by 2060, there'll be no more of that specific genealogy left. So their only then pathway then to retain a certain level of existence is to mix in. Understood? And that started obviously more acutely from, let's say, the 400-year slave trade. It's always been prevalent, but we see it even more acutely, like a comeback almost in the 400-year slave trade, where again there's tried to be an attack on our genetics and genes, nothing to do with labour, it's about blood. And has been expressed more recently, he's seeking then through a lot of, I say, movies or media to mix in with the Latino community, again, to try and seek to strengthen the genes in that regard. But obviously with the recent virus and things of that nature, one of the solutions, not the only solution, but one of the solutions is to seek blood plasma. As you know, plasma represents over 50% of the makeup of blood. We'll get into that a bit more in next week's class. So our blood is very important, as I say, in terms of natural liberty, life, etc. It's one of the reasons why, as I say, people want our genes so much, because at one time, it may not seem like it at the moment, so our genes are dominant on the planet Earth as opposed to recessive. And so people need to mix in with us in order to survive, or certain beings need to mix in with us in order to survive. So, talked a little bit about time, and went through the sort of grand plan last week in some detail. And yeah, I think the final slide was a showing. It's part of that. So basically what we were talking about was the fact that when we look at some of the secrets and the mysteries around the Sirius or Sirius star constellation, we talk about an event that took place where our ancestors were at a level, many, you couldn't put a time in it, but many trillions of years ago, were at a level basically where they had no longer use for the human body. And basically some of our ancestors decided then to ascend to higher states of existence, being able to derive nutrition and sustenance from the ethers as opposed to the requirement of a physical body by way of food. Many of our species, race, etc. at that point were too material, did not want to seek ascension or transformation, and so they sought to break that link between them. And one of the evidence of that was the collapse of Sirius C. This event took place around about 9 billion years ago, to make it more specific. And so basically in cutting off that pathway or the connection, because we're all etherically linked, and so adverse behavior on those lower realms is affecting us on higher realms. So there had to be obviously a different way of retaining that connection, or their love for their descendants meant that they would create pathways for those seeking that ascension pathway to make their way back home, so to speak, and make their way back to be amongst the Nathara or the Murzaku, as in terms of their proper name. So this, as I say, led to, one might argue, a culture or a doctrine obviously being created that would provide the information necessary for people to, in only fairness to them, that they would be presented with that information, and then, as I say, be able to make the necessary choices and changes, which is part of the natural rules of nature, i.e. an ascension pathway. So life forms such as ourselves, the planet itself has its own ascension pathway that is there for it to evolve. The word evolve is used loosely in English, or revolve, but you know what I mean, in terms of growth, your development. What are you going into to reach the state which in the Sabatic language is referred to as tatmun, or perfection. You see, perfection has a I-O-N, the end of it in English, and it's talking about, that state, Yeah, so people say, well, I'm not perfect. Well, you should be seeking to be perfect. That's why we're here. You understand? In this school called Earth, we are seeking perfection. That's why we're working towards it. Yeah, we're going to trip, stumble. Yeah, it happens. It's just part and parcel of the life journey on into death. So it's just one of those things that we're seeking to work to. But in order to know what it is, somebody has to teach you about it first. Otherwise, because there are plenty of forces out there that will trick you for what that journey is supposed to do. So that when at a point of death, your spiritual energy can be used as a battery for them not to be where it's actually should be in terms of it returning back to your to join your ancestors. So we see here in terms of a mitochondrial line here, or spiritual mitochondrial line, or etheric mitochondrial line, or the equivalent of it, showing that the first hybrid, as I say, was Ha or Horus as the demi-deity. Yeah, so part extraterrestrial, one would say part mortal, for lack of a better word, or humanoid, which is what we are when we retain those genes. But what side of it we lean on, if we lean on the Mozaku side of our genes, or because Enki, as we spoke about earlier, one of those Anunnaki, he mixed in with the Sands people and arguably took them off of the menu for those Anunnaki who saw human beings as a food source or resource for them as well. So we have the genes of both in our DNA. Yes, and hence the teacher who was designed, I think the question was asked in the last class as well, talked about Ningish Siddha, so that's one side, that's on the Anunnaki side, and his equivalent in ancient Egypt being Fahuti, Huti being from excuse me, the Sirius or Sirius star constellation. So let's get into the part 2, which we were supposed to finish, but let me just deal with a few concepts first, just so people are on the same page. So one moment, let me...
And before you continue, Nabab Kaka, I cannot see your cursor, your mouse cursor. If you've been using it, I haven't seen it for the last few slides.
You not see my cursor now?
No.
Right. Okay. Let me switch my screen over. All right, we'll try and fix that. There is a way to do it. I'll try and fix it. I'm just going to see that option at the moment with this Prezi new software. Now, can you see my whiteboard at the moment? Just check that.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, right, that's fine. Okay, so let's just go through a couple of concepts here. So when we talk about, there was a number of different events which are lining up themselves in this day and time, which is why we're calling it end of days or end of time or whatever, or people talk about end of the world. When they talk about end of the world, it's not really end of the world, it's end of an era. So it's a change in cycles which is happening, almost a change in rulership, so to speak, or that sixth ether which has been dominating this planet. So this adverse decay in energy, the forces of death and decay are being revolved around, so that we're reverting back to 9 ether and reverting back as well, or changing from patriarchal to a matriarchal rulership. Now this is according to the changes in nature. Now the difference is that we have rules. So rules which are embedded within the design, intelligent design of natural nature. So we have rules that we are ruled by. They, in this society, are ruled by, or are guided by law. Yeah? And in order to combine the two things together, they talk about the rule of law. Yeah, but we need to get back to the rules of nature, understanding of the rules. Yeah, that's why it talks about the spell at one time being spiritual ignorance, racial blindness. Spiritual ignorance means not understanding what those rules are and how natural nature works. That's what we need to get back to. And there are many classes, as I say, that go into bring you up to speed about what is going on, particularly, as I say, our culture is connected to the stars and to the heavens. You need to understand not astrology, but cosmology, understood, and astronomy, if there's a science to be known about, how stars work. We talked about this in the last class. The rules of in space and out space are exactly the same. So what is taking place out there, same system on Earth, same system in the human body. So when we talk about an equinox, yes, we are understanding that the planet Earth, yes, is rotating around the sun. And we know that that takes 365 somewhat days per year in terms of how they measure it. But what happens in an equinox is that the solar system is making an elliptical circle around the center of the galaxy, in our universe, in the center of the galaxy. And as a result, what happens in a 6,000 year period, we end up in a situation where the planet is closer to the sun as a result of that orbit. It's closer to the sun than at other times. So at these times here, where the planet is closer to the sun, this is referred to as a sun cycle. Yeah, sun, not sun like that. Yeah, S-U-N, sun. S-U-N, sun, yeah. That's referred to as a sun cycle, and these are referred to as moon cycles. Okay, so the computer's a bit clever for its own good. Okay, right. So I have to write proper handwriting. So you get it, moon cycle. Yes, so, or some refer to these as gold cycles, and some refer to these as silver cycles. So this is your 24,000 year equinox. Yeah, so the planet, as part of the solar system, is making a, say, elliptical orbit around the center of the galaxy. Understood? So we are part of, obviously, the solar system, which is part of the sun. Let's say the sun's reach and power extends actually much further than the sort of last planet within this solar system. Yeah, but that's for maybe for another time to get into those. So that's one type of cycle that's coming in. And so we're at the fourth of the 24,000 year cycles. And as we talked about in the last part, when you add up 4 24s, you get 96. So the 9 and the 6 clash at that fourth cycle again. So you think about larger cycle, we've got 4 6,000 year cycles. Yeah, this is 6,000 years. Yeah, between the transition of each of these. Yeah, so we've got 4 of those, but in the larger 4 of those cycles, yeah, we get a clash of 9 and 6. So here now, the transition is that, I say 6 for 4, 6 equals sex, which equals physical power. 9 equals or relates to mind, which is mental power. So 6 is dominating, seemingly appears to dominate the 9, at least in our behaviors or the way behaviors are being expressed on this planet right now. 6 over 4 is dominating. But in the transitional change, 9 must overcome or dominate the 6 again. So, i.e., for us on a practical level, that means to say mind rules over body. So we can't be a slave to our desires anymore. Yeah, we have to then start putting energy into the things that some may say are not seen but can be seen, i.e. working on the inner being as well as the outer being and getting our mind realigned now with the forces of 9 ether, which is what Wu-Sabat is dealing with. Yeah, so 9, so that your mind rules body. You are doing more things mentally them physically. Yeah, we're not a slave, as I say, to our desires. You know what I mean? Oversexed, overeating. You know what things. You know what I mean? Too material, etc. It's not all those things have a place. That's who and what we are. We're not on the extreme side of any of those. It's about balancement. But the nine must rule the body. And so the forces in nature help us transform the environment, as well as obviously us transforming ourselves in terms of what we align ourselves with. Understood. So that is the 24,000 year cycle. Yeah. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, this intelligent thing thinks my 2 is a square. We'll forget that. So 24,000 year cycle. Understood. Now, you also have something called precession of the equinox. So basically, the planet was knocked off its perpendicular axis. So the planet, if you've got a planet here, if let's try and draw a bit of a circle there. We've got the planet here. You used to have a perpendicular axis, so it's going down. Yes, in this way. It's now on a 23.5 degree axis, broadly speaking. Yep. I'll try 23, doesn't like it. So 23.5 degree axis here, and this is why most of the strength is on the right-hand side of your body. It depends on what part of the planet you were when the planet Earth, say, moved, or axis was moved, which depended on whether a person ended up right or left-handed. Now, as a result of that change, having previously had 2 seasons, on the upper and lower part of the equator, we now have 4 seasons, in terms of rotation of the planet. Go on YouTube, look up how seasons work, and dispel, if you don't know, how it kind of works in your mind. Just make it clear about the Earth's proximity in relation to the sun, because it's on this angle. Now, as a result of this precessional cycle, the axis of the planet is pointing in a certain direction. So this precession, or what we call precession, let me turn off. To write properly. Right, okay, so this precession it's called precession of the equinox. I'm saying equinoxes, but precession of the equinox. And it relates to the fact that the axis of the planet basically touches into or points to various different celestial houses, the 12 celestial houses, which we've got a picture of it a bit later on. And it makes its own orbit, at the top, where it's, say, pointing towards these celestial houses. Now, that takes 26,000 years to happen, so it's about 72 years for each degree. So basically, that takes place, let's say, 26,000 years. Now, at that point, we have a massive black hole at the center of our galaxy. Understood? So this is the kind of celestial. This bit here is a celestial. It represents the celestial pathway of the axis of the planet Earth. But what basically takes place as well, because we've got a black hole at the center of our galaxy. I'm just going to get rid of this. So again, planet Earth, axis point there, understood. And if we see here, we're going to just draw a black hole. Yes. So at a certain point, if you can think about the planet doing its kind of elliptical orbit around the center of the galaxy, what happens is that every 12 to 13,000 years, the axis of the planet is either what? It either points away from the center of the galaxy, i.e. this black hole, or it is pointing towards the center of the galaxy, i.e. this black hole. Is that understood? Yeah, so it's either pointing away or it's pointing towards it. And obviously, at a certain point, it's, and because this is in sort of 2D, you have to imagine that pointing away at a certain point when it's in the middle, yeah, so if we just draw that elliptical circle. So when it's at this point here, understood, yeah, it's going to be pointing in an away direction. So it's not fully pointing towards, it's not fully pointing away, it's kind of neutral. It's on its position of changing, where the axis is then gradually beginning to change shape. So we're on the last 13-year, 12 to 13,000 year cycle, so halfway through that 26,000 year cycle, we have been pointing away from the center of the galaxy. Now, does it make a difference whether we're pointing towards the center or pointing away? Well, yes, if you study seasons, exactly is that to be the case, because when the planet is closer, in terms of the top of the planet, is closer or pointing towards the sun, we have spring into summer season, or summer season at its apex. When it's pointing away the axis, we end up with what? Autumn going into winter, which is an extreme, again, of autumn. So yes, it absolutely has an effect what direction the planet is, the axis of the planet is facing in its proximity to the sun. Now, as I say, it has an effect based on the proximity to the center of the galaxy. Understood? And what happens is when that change happens, when that change starts to happen, an event takes place on the planet Earth. Yeah, and so in the planet Earth, we have a sun in the center, which is 600 miles in diameter. The Earth is hollow. It is not a solid ball of mass. Understood? And so what happens is when this starts happening, so when we get to this kind of middle point, which we are now, the planet is basically, axis is changing to point towards the center of the galaxy, but it won't reach its apex, yeah, where it's pointing fully towards the center of the galaxy for another 6,000 years. Yeah, so to get a complete change in direction, as you can see here, remember, to 26,000 years for the whole. Yeah. So when we get to this halfway point, yes, we're getting a change every 12 to 13,000 years. You see that? Yeah. Halfway point. So when it starts to point, gets to here now, which is where we're at the moment, and we're starting now to point, we was away, and we're now starting to change and point towards the center of the galaxy. Now, when that change happens here, the center of the planet, or the central sun, starts to emit this double helix type energy from the center. Understood? Yeah, and to the surface, and a pulsing takes place back and forth. So this energy being emitted from the center is female. And the surface of the planet, I know we say Mother Earth a lot of time in this society, but in ancient Egypt, the Earth was associated with Sabab or Gibat or Geb, some say, which was depicted as male. Understood? So what's happening is this energy gets emitted at the start of this transitional change, and it's a pulsing going back and forth from the center to the surface, back and forth, boom, 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 back and forth, back and forth. And what happens is when it reaches apex, basically the Earth, for lack of a better word, has an orgasm. The planet has an orgasm. Yeah? So it's back and forth taking place. And what happens is, or the result of that for us is that awareness. Who am I? What's going on? What does God mean? What's religion? Etc. This spiritual kind of awakening, that is the evidence of that. Not only that, is that, remember, this pulsing that's taking place was on a certain part of the planet, which was Saudi Arabia. And as this change happens, the location of where the pulsing is taking place on the surface of the planet changes. So it moved from Saudi Arabia, where it was previously in the last 12 to 30,000 years, and it's moved to Africa. So it's interesting that as a result, Africa, certainly last 10, 20 years, started to find all of this oil. And what's Saudi Arabia famous for? Yeah, oil. So as a result of this, as I say, process taking place. So as a result of that, we are changing from from what was previously matriarchal to a patriarchal society once again. We were always a matriarchal society in ancient Africa, ancient Egypt, but obviously with the influence of the Anunnaki, who are patriarchal, this is where this transitional change starts to happen, and they're thus moving us away from natural nature. Now remember, not to get too far off the point that we're making here, when that access took place, or it happened, you need to refer to actual facts, lost records of time for that in more detail. But remember, a new calendar had to be created because the planet, or certain monuments on the surface of the planet, pyramids and other type structures, were being powered by cosmic forces being received by certain suns in relation to certain constellations that were hitting the Earth. We've just, as I say, on this planet, from a technological point of view, are only dealing with powering from one sun, our sun, 93 million miles away. But as those ancient Egyptians, taught by the Murazaku as Panatharu, we were, as I say, being taught how to use the wholeness or the full range of the spectrum. Hence why the technology at that time arguably was superior in terms of everyday societal technology, could be considered in some senses superior to what, or our understanding of how to use those forces within nature today. Yeah, so that basically is known as precession of the equinoxes, where you get us pointing towards the center of the galaxy and pointing away from the center of the galaxy. Now, another one, and the final one that we're just going to look at today, before we just get into those slides there, is what is referred to as the dimensional shift. So all of these are mechanisms of salvation for us, in terms of the transformations of dimensional shift. Dimensional shift. So what we're talking about here when we're dealing with the dimensional shift is we are looking at a situation here that when our universe was created, we get a scenario where we get a big bang, so we get a clash of positive and negative forces, coming together in the Big Bang, which creates our Big Bang scenario. So that stands for Big Bang. Because, in fact, let me just put that. Right, okay, so we get this Big Bang when our universe was created. Now, as it was created, what happened as a result of that? Well, what happens is that Big Bang, to microscopic or even larger entities or whatever, created 8 harmonic tones. 8 harmonic tones. So Big Bang, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's try this one. So out of that Big Bang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 tones. I'd like to draw it quicker, but it's going to draw a square, so that's what I'm doing that way. So 8 harmonic tones. 8 harmonic tones. Yeah, so 1 to 8, if you to count that, redraw it in your own time. 8 harmonic tones. Those 8 harmonic tones form 8 different worlds. Let's say that again. So one big bang, creating our universe. Yes? That then basically created 8 different harmonic tones, which could also be seen as 8 different worlds. Within those 8 worlds, that then subdivides into 8 different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that then subdivides into 8 different dimensions. Understood? Yeah, forgive my horrible drawing, but 8 different dimensions, and all of those 8 different dimensions are occupying the same space and time. Understood? So we have basically counter worlds to this one. Excuse me, occupying the same space and time, yeah, as a result of the creation of our universe. And in times every 24,000 years, the planet Earth, yeah, has its own ascension pathway, where it basically is able to move up the different dimensions, yeah, to higher states of vibration. And anything on the planet, living or dead, must transform or transition with it or not exist, yeah, or get trapped on lower realms. Understood? So when the planet is shifting, we also must shift and raise our vibrational rate as a result. Understood? And so the root races, there are root races who are part of the planet, 3 remaining, originally 24. But those root races must also shift, and they can change. Understood? So previously it was us as Nagarnadu, negroids, then the Mangalu, yeah, the Mongoloids, and the Caucasoids were on the original, for this last 24,000, on the original, on the original dimensional shift. That has changed now, with the Caucasian now being off of that phylogenetic tree linked to the races on this planet and being replaced by the Dravidians or the Hindus, because the Caucasians mixed or started to mix their DNA or combine it with animal DNA. Schwarzenegger is an example of that, where replacing heart valves, for example, with pig valves. Yeah? So in terms of genetic purity, this causes a problem in nature because it's going against those rules, remember, that we talked about in place. So in that shift that's to happen every 24,000 years, it also provides us a way. Remember, we talked about in the Sirius star constellation and how our ancestors closed down Sirius C. Well, planets as a different life form to ourselves, but a correlated life form to ourselves, have a twin, a spiritual, or as you would say, etheric twin. And its twin is Mozak, yeah, or Rizq, which means provided the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy, understood, yeah, twin star system. And as a result, because of that HAR1 gene on the 20th chromosome, it enables us to jump from this planet back home to Razak or Rizq, where our original ancestors came from, yeah, every 24,000 years. So 2 chances, I mean, gold cycle and dimensional shift, 2 opportunities for salvation in that regard. So these are things, when we talk about Black Egypt, which is not real Black Egypt, it's just all of it's us, it's just varying different degrees of our genetics, going from seriously dominant to more mixed via various different cycles. These are the secrets, understood, of our culture, yeah, and why pharaohs or our culture was, as I say, changing and shifting, etc., to prepare for these cycles, yeah, predominantly that came in because, as I say, of the shift of the planet. the axis of the planet from perpendicular axis, when we were ambidextrous, to this 23.5 degree axis. And that pathway that our ancestors left to reconnect with them as part of the negroid or Nadu's ascension journey. Any questions?
Currently, no questions.
Okay. So just a screen check. You're back and you can see the presentation again, correct?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, right. Some water in this body of mine. Okay, right. So the best kept secret to be best made known now. So we're giving you some kind of universal changes or changes in nature that are helping to transition or help us transition within this journey. So you say you still can't see my mouse? No, I'm moving it across the screen. You say you can't see it, or maybe.
No, I can't see. I can't see it at all.
It's a way to get it. Yeah, okay, no problem. I think that's a thing in this software. So we'll have to try and figure it out next time. There's a setting to allow us to draw on the screen that is not appearing at the moment in this version of the software. It appears in Zoom, but not in this version. That's why can't get that shown to you, but we'll correct that for next time. Okay, so more description from me then, if necessary. Okay, right. So, best kept secret, best to be made known now. Yeah, I'm sure some of you in these classes have been just before familiar with this term or statement, but that's the secret, obviously, long kept by the father, the uncle, the brother, the cousin, yeah, I think, nephew, all these different male terminologies. Basically, that the woman is God, at least the physical genealogy of the planet, and man is not. Yeah? So this is dealing with the fact of the woman, as I say, being, or us moving back to a matriarchal society. Now, these are verses taken from the Lotus of Life, very important. So scroll really in this day and time, certainly for women in this day and time to get hold of. Obviously lockdown, it might be a bit difficult to get hold of, but note it down because it will be back around at some point in the very near future. It says, any one of you who claim to be Nawapians or Sabaeans and hates his fellow Sabaeans is still in ignorance and is in much need of ashuk, unconditional divine love, or love divine. So really, I suppose to some degree, all of this Wu-Sabat, all this knowledge or whatever is pointless if we can't come together. Yeah. So part of that, as difficult as it may be, is to cultivate and develop, as I say, a love for one another, much like we see how the sun loves us. Yeah? And we give it little or no acknowledgement or attention. And so I think a recent article in New Scientist, I think I mentioned this last time as well, I was talking about them. Interesting enough, seems a lot of the things that the Master was writing about 20 years ago in books like the Holy Tablets and other books, all of a sudden, for some reason, just seem to be confirming themselves in various different scientific publications. And one of those was dealing with the fact that they're talking about the sun having consciousness, or asking the question, does the sun have consciousness? Obviously, in our doctrine, we're fully aware that yes, they do, because that's an Natharu, in a sense, or certainly one of the physical manifestations of the Natharu. And the sun does its job whether we acknowledge it or not. And it's done it for, at least in this version, 93 billion years, providing much needed energy, etc. For us here. Without that, we wouldn't even be in existence. So here on Earth, in this current form. So here it says in 253, and what is the message of this, the Gospel of Yaanuwn? 254. That the world is transforming back to its original state, that being a matriarchal to power world, from this patriarchal to power world, that is from male dominance back to female dominance. Understood? And here we see a depiction of Ashtat, as is shown there, and Hatat, Haratat, or Hathor, they say, and basically giving an indication or alluding to the secret order of Hathor. So this was part of an order of Sacred Femi-Nine, yeah, that protected, protected certain secrets as well as genetics within our society. Yeah, and you see the symbol of the order of Hathor in much Egyptian or African iconography. Yeah, some say Egypt and iconography. Yeah, it's a symbol there, secret order of Hathor, with Queen or the Pharaoh Cleopatra VII overstood, who made many significant sacrifices to keep Egypt or Africa being destroyed by the Romans, particularly Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. Understood, being well skilled in the sexual arts. Understood, and so she made a tremendous, amazing female, made amazing sacrifices. Yeah. For, as I say, to protect her people, you understand, or our people in that regard, as we can see, obviously, throughout, even with the slavery or the kidnapping, you know, how many sacrifices did women have to make, you understand, where being raped by the Caucasians, etc. How many sacrifices did they have to make and still go on living, still go and trying to raise a family, so on and so forth. So these are the things that we have to sometimes contemplate, sit down and think, you know, we always throw in a lot of energy out somewhere else, but look at our own genealogy and some of the sacrifices that have been made, look at our own lives in terms of sacrifices that have been made by family or parents to keep the line going. Without those sacrifices, we may not have survived in the way in which we've had to. So all these little small things add up as part of the bigger plan that we, as I say, enabled us to survive up to this point where you're able even to hear this information being expressed in that regard. Understood? Yeah, in itself is a miracle. Even what we've even gone through more recently with the master teacher being incarcerated, the books are still coming out. Yeah, and there's women behind that making sacrifices, content creation, copywriting, things of this nature, yeah, to make sure this information coming to us in the form of information is able to reach you and be taken in by your senses and aid your individual transformation. So you can see various depictions, as I say, in different cultures of Ashtat, or equivalent, or Ashtat, or this feminine order or rule in different cultures. And you see, let's say, Napatan, oldest of Sekhmet here, so female, and then you see the kind of Sumerian equivalents of the same thing. Yeah, this winged individual or deity, and the wings denote, as I say, oftentimes denote the fact that they're coming from different star constellations to here. Okay, so and this is a depiction of Ashtat, and as I say, we see some of the secrets there in the way in which she's being depicted. So her name itself means throne, for those who are not aware of that. Hopefully, if you have been coming to our classes, you should know that by now. And anybody know what the throne symbolizes? See it here in 3 sections. Anybody know that in the chat? Anybody know it? What does a throne symbolize? You see it in 1, 2, the seated bit, and then here, so 3 sections. Anybody knows what that symbolizes? So I'll give you about 30 seconds to type that into the chat while I get some water. No one brave enough to put themselves forward. Don't matter if the answer's wrong. All right. I'm sure some of you do know it. All right, mate. Anybody brave enough to put the answer in?
Not that I can see.
Okay. No problem. All right. Yeah, need to get some courage, people, on the phone. Yeah, I mean, this class is going to get a lot more interactive. Save me doing a lot. So enable me to do a lot less talking. Yeah. Right. So basically, as you know, it symbolizes the riddle of the Sphinx. Yeah. So in that regard, which is basically what has 4 legs in the morning, what has 2 legs in the middle of the day, and then what has 3 legs at night. Understood? Yeah. So you should know what that is. If you don't, then you need to question. So let's get you doing some work in the chat. So it symbolizes the life journey. Yeah. And so that throne is what a mother sits on in order to feed her child. And you see here the lotus flower, a symbol of regeneration and renewal. And we see her symbol there, which you see her depicted as holding certain times in her hand when she's drawn, which is the Tet or the Thet symbol, which again symbolizes the blood or the flow of blood within the human body. So here, renewal, and we see a renewal of blood here holding her hand. Yes, this would be looking at the renewal of the menstrual cycle, yeah, which is a renewal process. So it's ridding waste products out of the body, and the woman is renewing or regenerating herself every month. In religion, as I say, this was downplayed. There's a Matriarch referred to, and I'll show you the Wu-Sabat videos. Look for one called the unclean issue. Yeah, the unclean issue, and it deals with that in some detail. So this thing of, a woman locked up for 7 days, can't sleep. Well, it deals with those issues, you understand? Yeah. And some of the negativity, arguably patriarchal negativity, manifested itself in religion of making women feel bad or unclean or dirty or whatever the case may be as a result of the menstrual cycle. It just completely turns out on its head from a factual perspective. So definitely worth a listen to, the unclean issue. So, as I say, one of the mighty throne, Ashtat, as I say, who was the counterpart to Asar, yeah, and as I say, getting to know yourself and all these things here, as I say, symbols that relate back to the human body. Understood? So know thyself is about understanding the human body. And so I've got another class next week that deals with the science of the breath. But as I say, this understand who you are. Question was earlier, which is a good question, about understand how the human body works. Yeah, as a starting point, as part of that spirituality journey within, as opposed to the journey without. So some people have seen this before. Suppress the woman is to kill your own God. Yeah, so this is the reality of who we are as human beings here on the planet Earth. I don't care what the monotheistic religion says. Yeah, that those are legends and fairy tales. Yeah, according to modern day science now, which is proving most of those stories to be legend and fairy tales. We was able to explain it in the pre-hereafter doctrine because the master teacher has taught us and many others to go through the language and go into detail. But these are Sumerian stories, yeah, which have then been grafted with a Roman and Greek and Judaic interpretation in your Bible. So it's given the impression, given this impression that woman came from the rib of a man. But as we start to step through the science, we see, according to nature's rules, that could not be the case. Yeah, the lesser cannot give birth to the greater. The lesser cannot give birth to the greater. If I have £5, you understand? If I only have £5, I can't get it from any other source. I cannot create £10 with the £5. Yeah, I cannot lend somebody £10 if I only have £5. It's impossible. You understand? I need to have, but £10 can be used to create £5. Somebody with £10 can give somebody £5, isn't it? Somebody with £5 cannot give somebody £10. So how can something which is lesser give birth to that which is greater? In science, in the rules of nature. Yeah, so a man is about 2.5, 2.6% increasing less genetic material than the female. There's parts of his body that do not work. Yeah, it's called a Y chromosome. One of the strands is missing, which has some telomeres on the end, which, as we explained in a previous class, determine how many times a person's cells regenerate. Yes? So women have more telomeres than men because they have 2X chromosomes. That's why predominantly they live longer than we do. Yeah, they have breasts. We have breasts as well, but we call it chest. Because we're men who don't want to appear female, so we say we got a chest. But they are breasts that don't work. This is the reality of who we are in our species. Yeah? So in nature, why would nature's not going to create a mobile phone and not have it figured out how you charge the thing. You understand what I'm saying? So nature's going to create the charger first before it creates the things that are going to use the charger. It doesn't create the things first that the charger needs. You're not going to create a child and then, but the child's going to have food source to feed on. But in myth, in legend, you can do what you want. And this is what we've been presented to as facts. Myth and legend. It's been around a long time and not been challenged. Faith and belief, you understand, that we've been taught to accept those over facts and reality. Facts and reasoning. Yeah, 9 mind and 9 reasoning. And nature's saying, no, all that's got to change now. So mother first, or M, other, mother. So here we see the originators, yeah, and something called mitochondrial DNA, yeah, which is basically the battery of cells. Yeah, it's where we derive our energy from. Now, I'm just going to show you a short video. It's about 8 minutes long, so hopefully just try and concentrate, just set the context of why this is important, and it's fundamentally, as I say, a part of our human existence. So you've got mitochondrial DNA, and then you've got mitochondrion, yeah, which is the battery of cells. Yeah? So the two things are slightly different. And so we'll go through and explain the difference between the two. So just bear with us one moment.
Don't forget to shut off the background music.
Thank you for that, actually. Yeah, that was a brilliant intervention because I would have forgot to do that. Appreciate it. Let's click into here. Yeah, it's on the screen. Yeah. You can see the screen, okay? Yeah. Confirm?
Yes.
Okay, let's play this video then.
So let's get right into it. What is energy? Energy is the ability to do work, whether you're riding bikes, studying, walking, breathing, or doing mitosis like we spoke about in the last chapter. That takes energy. This guy here in the picture is running, in the video is running, and in order for him to run, he needs to have energy. So we're going to talk about what this energy how this energy works and how it's produced. So we're going to talk about how the body stores and produces energy, because we need to understand that to have a good understanding of how this thing works. Adenosine triphosphate, ATP. ATP is a molecule in the cell that allows quick and easy access to energy when needed by the cell's organelles. All right, in the last chapter, we spoke about the cell, and we spoke about the different organelles in the cells. And in order for them to do what they do, they need to have access to energy, and ATP is what provides that energy. It's kind of like the energy currency of the body, and you can see here from this diagram that I made, here we have one A and three P's. The A is for adenosine, and the P's are for phosphate, and you can see we have three phosphate groups attached to one molecule of adenosine. This is ATP. This is the energy source of the body, the energy currency of the body, and it's what we're going to be talking about in section 9.1. It's a type of chemical energy, and it releases energy when the chemical bonds are broken. So we have these three phosphates. When the bonds between phosphates are broken, the phosphate groups are broken, energy is released, and that energy can be used by the body, by the organelles in the cell, so that we can do what we need to do. I hope that makes sense, and we're going to move on to the next slide. Now, I said ATP, and that's adenosine triphosphate. And just like if you're riding a tricycle, it has how many wheels? 3 wheels. So what we're going to do is look at 3 prefixes. The first one, if it's adenosine monophosphate, mono, of course, refers to 1. So it would be 1 phosphate group, as you can see here. And then the next one would be not biphosphate like a bicycle, but diphosphate, which is 2 phosphate groups. So if we have 2 phosphate groups attached, then we would call that adenosine diphosphate. And we're going to be talking about that today. And lastly, like we said before, adenosine triphosphate has 3 phosphate groups. So we have mono, di, and tri. And you should be able to explain to me what those 3 prefixes mean. So let's move on. All right, so ATP is the energy source of the body, and it's kind of like the battery of the cell. If you have a remote control car, you want it to run, you need to put batteries in. Well, if you have a human being, you want that person to run, or you have a plant or any organism, you want that organism to run, you need some kind of energy source, and ATP is that energy source. Now, the way it works is ATP actually binds to a specific site on a protein molecule. And that's similar to putting the batteries in a flashlight. So you put the batteries in a human body, you would put ATP in, and that binds to a specific site, and that provides the energy. That begins the process of providing the energy. Now, once the bond between one of the phosphate groups is broken, ATP becomes ADP, because it's releasing one of those phosphate by breaking the bonds, and it no longer is a triphosphate, it becomes a diphosphate. And we're going to look at an animation of this a little later. I think it's in 2 slides or whatever, and we're going to actually see how the process works. Now, just like you have those rechargeable batteries, when you use them and they die out, you have to put them back into something, and then you recharge them into the charger and you recharge it, and then it can be used again. This is the same thing like with ATP. When ATP is used, it becomes ADP, so adenosine diphosphate, and then when we want to recharge it so that we can use it again, we have to make it back into ATP. And this happens, and you know this from last chapter, this happens in the mitochondria. The mitochondria is what recharges the ADP back to ATP so that it can be used. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so we spoke about the parts of a cell, the organelles in a cell in chapter 7. And the mitochondria was the one that was involved in energy production. And now you can see how that's the case, because it recharges the battery, it recharges ADP so that it can become ATP and we can use it again. All right, so let's look at this little animation. Here we can see a process to the right in blue, and that process needs energy to happen. And this is a simple illustration just to show how it works. But whatever that process is, it needs energy. Now, what is going to provide that energy? And you should all be answering ATP, because that's the energy currency of the body. So here we have a molecule of ATP. It's going to go over to that process or that protein or whatever it is that needs to get that little energy boost. And then the next thing we said that happens is the bond between the phosphates are broken. And you can see here, it releases that phosphate, and that phosphate binds to that process or the protein, and it gives it energy. So now it has the energy that it needs to do whatever it needs to do. All right, does that make sense? So the ATP comes to the protein or the process that needs to happen. It releases that phosphate, and because that bond between those phosphates are broken, energy is released. That phosphate that is bound to the protein can now energize it, and it can do what it needs to do. Now, how did we say the ADP gets recharged? Well, let's get rid of this process that needed the energy, and let's focus on this ADP. We said that in order for it to be recharged, it has to go back to the mitochondria. So let's bring it to the mitochondria now. And now that it's in the mitochondria, it gets recharged. And the way it gets recharged, I'm sure you can all guess. We're simply going to add a phosphate group. And once that phosphate group is added, it is recharged and it can be used again. Okay, so it breaks the bond between the phosphate groups, that the last phosphate group attaches to the protein, energizes the protein, it becomes a DP, and in order for it to be used again, it needs to be recharged by going to the mitochondria and then getting a new phosphate attached to it. Hope that makes sense. The animation makes it so that you can see how the process happens. Of course, this is a simplified animation, but it does give you a good idea of how it works. So now that we know how ATP works, let's talk about those noteworthy people who have contributed a lot to what we know about energy and ATP.
Okay, so that should give you just a brief understanding of how the role of mitochondria. So if you want more, interactivebiology.com, really good, loads of different videos there just to simplify the biology for you to get back into that. Okay, let's stop sharing that. Okay, and right. So hold on, maybe you just confirm, can you see my screen again?
I can see your screen again, and if you'd put the background music back. That's fine.
Okay, right. Okay, so we can see the mitochondria here, which is not it's outside of the nucleus, so it's in the cytoplasm of the cells, and within mitochondria you have mitochondrial DNA. Understood. So in this, understand this. So remember we talked about kind of outer space and in space being the same. So you can see here that the role of the woman as holding mitochondrial DNA. So mitochondrial DNA, remember, mitochondria arose or was created at 18 plus 18 plus 1 genes of the mitochondrial DNA arose from various different effective events taking place on the planet Earth, 9 billion of them on Earth, of different bacteria, etc., interacting in the waters of the planet to produce mitochondria. So that's part of life forms growth or evolution or creation. Word it. And so we see that, as I say, evidenced in the woman today, because when we are born, in terms of our life form, as Asset depicts, the equivalent of that external kind of mitochondria is basically that the baby must seek food from its mother, you understand, as the energy source. And it is hardwired in to the DNA, for the baby to do that. The baby doesn't know about no Allah. The baby doesn't know about no El Shaddai. The baby doesn't know about no Most High. The baby doesn't know about Adam, Eve. The baby doesn't know about Abraham, Jesus, Jeremiah. It doesn't know none of these things. What it knows is to go to its mother as its food or energy source. That's what it was programmed with. Understood? Yeah, so you need to think on that for a second. So, interesting enough, as I say, for our life form, this is the kind of the root of all energy processes, all work that takes place here, obviously on the planet. Without that, well, I don't know, we're slugs, not even slugs. We can't even move, we're dead. Certainly in that sense, in terms of stillness or movement. Yeah, so this is what creates the energy for our life form on the planet. It's mitochondrial DNA. Now, we'll leave that for the moment. I'm going to confuse the process for now. We'll come back to that. So basically, gender is determined around about, let's say 6 to 8 weeks during the development of a human being. So basically, we start off as neutral gender individuals, so neutral gender. But what you have to understand is that neutral gender, referred to as bathanoid in our doctrine, and male gender, referred to as masnoid, all come out of female. So neutral gender and male gender all come out of female gender. And obviously some of you may be familiar, obviously, with how it works, going back to basic biology. On the 46th chromosome is one's, what they call those, I suppose, sex cells or whatever the case may be on that chromosome. And so when a man and woman come together, depending on the man, obviously, because the processes have been split, so out from a single individual now into two separate sex species, called male and female. And so on the 46th chromosome, you have one. You donate one, either an X or you donate a Y, or the male donates an X or donates a Y. So if the man has more zinc in his body than iron at the time when the sexual process that leads to the conception takes place, then he will donate basically a Y chromosome. If he has more iron in his body than zinc at the time, as I say, of his release, when he's going to, again, that contributes to conception, then he will donate an X chromosome. The Y chromosome he donates is going to result in a male child being born. If he donates an X, he is going to, as I say, produce a female child who's going to be born. That is because the woman only has X. She doesn't have the defective Y chromosome. She's the X with one less strand taken off, and it's 5 times smaller in size than the X chromosome. So basically, she doesn't have the defective X in her being to donate. Understood? So she always has X, and you get 23 chromosomes from your mother, correct? And 23 chromosomes from your father. The 46 is where they're donating. Or the end, that 23rd, is where they're donating that X or Y chromosome. So Y, donate, male child, more zinc than iron, X, more iron than zinc, and that means the male is going to donate a X chromosome, and so to get 2 X's as a result of that. So now that goes back to this project called Project 24, and how in that project, which was more recent seeding of life here, where you have male DNA coming from the Orion star constellation and feminine DNA coming from the Sirius or Sirius star constellation. The first manifestation of that was conjoined twins. Then those conjoined twins were then separated out into hermaphrodites, which is basically a being with both genders within. Understood? Not both genitalia, that's a defect. The energy or chromosomal energy of both genders within, but leans more towards the female side, hence hermaphrodite, yes? And then you've got, again, double gender beings who lean more towards the male side, hence you have hermaphrodite. Then at that point of that project, babies were born, one male, one female. Hence why the woman has 2 mammary glands or breasts to service 2 children at the same time. Understood? Yes? We don't have litters, so 3, 4, 5, 6 children being born, which oftentimes happens because of in vitro fertilization. That is what dogs do, producing litters. Understood? That's not what human beings do. So the artificiality of that process has led to irregular results. I'm going to say unnatural, but irregular results in those scenario situations. So we were designed in our optimum design having 2 children. Obviously, as we evolve now into male and female, and then the genes have become slightly weaker, then now we're producing single children in that regard. Understood? Yeah, over time and age. But this is how it originally was before we then separated out into, as I say, male and female as a singular life form. So parthenogenesis now is asexual reproduction. Now, asexual, the Holy Tablets, originally released in 1996, in the first chapter, corrected this. And one of the things it addressed was to say, no, it should not be asexual reproduction. It should be F-sexual reproduction, because asexual denotes some element of neutrality, when in actuality, females, even today, have the ability to procreate without the aid of a man. And actually, if you look at if you look at the last 7 letters of the English alphabet, they all denote the sexual process. Understood? Maybe I need to draw it. Second, let me switch back. Okay, taking a risk here because it's smart. You see my screen?
Yes. Yes, can see your screen.
Okay, let's see if it works. See. Right, hopefully that's correct. So we need to draw it on the screen. It's very different to writing. So T, testicles. U, if you were to put the male phallus or symbol, you understand, you would get a U shape at the end of the tip. So that's what that symbolizes. You got V for vulva, which is dealing with the female vagina. Understood? So we've got T, testicles, U for the phallus, V, vulva. The W is the the breasts. So you have to forgive my bit of childish drawing here, yeah? But there you go. It's a set of breasts. Boom, boom. Yeah, see? That's the W. And then they use X and Y for chromosomes, correct? And then Z is for Zerah, which they use in the Bible. I think it's Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. Yeah. And they talk about the devil's seed and Eve's seed. The word they use there is Zerah. It means seed. Also tie into the English name, Zoe. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, in etymology, what the name Zoe needs, it means life. Interesting. I think in that movie Planet of the Apes, one of the scientists is called Zerah, if you remember, in that movie and TV series. It's called Zerah. Now, interesting enough, yes, they say asexual reproduction, correct? So when you put the A there, the A is an upside down V, isn't it? A is an upside down V, correct? Now, and then what we do is that we put a line across it. We put a line across it like this. Yeah, and we get our A. Now, interesting enough, if you flip that and you give it the V and you put the line across it and you think, well, this is the female vaginal area, well, either side of the vaginal orifice is two glands referred to as the Bartholin gland. And they originally secreted a seminal type fluid which enabled the woman to fertilize her own eggs. She could not produce a male child because she does not have a Y chromosome. So she can clone herself. Understood? Yeah. Hence why I talk about partheno or parthenogenesis, virgin birth. Understood? Now, which still is in parthenogenesis is still in certain animals today. Here we see a Komodo dragon. We see certain types of aphids, the hammerhead shark, and various other life forms here on the planet that are able to change their gender. So at some point they can be asexual. At some points they choose to mate with men in order to produce, depending on, as I say, certain seasonal changes. And obviously nature, in respect of animals, is informing them. Remember, in this the planet, is regulating life through a process called cybernetics, and it's making certain decisions, as well as, I say, working with nature to inform life decisions, or how these life forms should progress. And obviously, those animals are much more in tune with nature than human beings are. Understood? Yes. So this is a lady by the name of Jose Maria Garcia from the Philippines. An article you can look up. And
put your screen back.
Yeah, that might help. Okay, thank you. Right. So you can see that, yeah?
Yeah, I can see that.
So let's say certain types of life forms in that regard. So this is a woman by the name of, this is a picture of a Komodo dragon, which you saw before. And this is a picture of a woman, let's say, by the name of Jose Maria Garcia. And she gave birth to twins without the aid of a man. Yeah, so this is, again, a scientifically evidenced story that you can look up. And as I say, this was a doctor concerned, and as I say, showing that in certain reports, human beings still have this feature today, and that is because the original, going back to the original life forms of this planet and how we were created, started off with that first. So it is female sexual reproduction. It's just that women have forgotten how to do it. So how were women gods and then give over that to men? Well, as the story records symbolically in the sacred records of Atum Reye, or the Black Book as it's known, versus the Gold Book, is that basically she fell in love with her own creation. You see the word fall, in love, and forgot her parthenogenetic or powers, so to speak. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but she forgot those powers and basically, therefore, subjugated herself to need or require a man then to fertilize her eggs in order then for life to continue, which she knew she was responsible for. So in doing that, as I say, she gave up the power and the control then to men. Yes, and so this is what happens. And nature now needs to reverse this trend in this regard, because, as I say, anarchy then into monotheistic dominance has now suppressed the woman. And this is what it says. It says suppress the woman is to suppress your own God. So mitochondrial DNA, we see that the word here in the English language in etymology, you see the word mitos from mitos, thread, linked to the word mitter, chondria, little granule, diminutive, chondrous, granule, lump of salt. Now, one of the reasons why Europeans particularly, Caucasus or Caucasanadu, Caucasoids, have a difficult time recreating, as we can see in modern records of societal growth in terms of producing children, is because of the lack of salt in the body. Yeah, because salt helps to generate internal electricity, which is necessary for reproduction. Now, mitochondria, as it's saying there, is linked to the word mitre. And you see here, the mitre is what they refer to as the bishop's head, particularly in Catholicism. Yeah, so it's a headdress that you wear. I mean, most people did not realise that when you're dealing with the mitre, that it actually happens to be the shape of a fish. I'm going to show you a picture in a second. Now, mitochondria we refer to as the energy, the battery of cells, or charger, the center of cells, and mitochondrial DNA, separate to nuclear DNA, is contained within the cytoplasm of the cells. It's not in the nucleus. You understand? Yeah, mitochondrial DNA is in the cytoplasm. So it's outside of the fusing process when it comes to, let's say, a ovum cell and a sperm cell coming together. It's outside of that process. So what happens is that you see here this diagram perfectly submits it. So nuclear DNA is inherited by all ancestors, or at least transfers forward, which is the nature of DNA, to transition itself forward to future generations. That's its nature. But when doing mitochondrial DNA, basically this is only held on the female line. So basically, males have an equivalent of mitochondrial DNA, and it's called YAP DNA, YAP DNA, but it is in the tail of the sperm. So basically, when the sperm and ovum fuse together, the tail drops off, and any remnants of this YAP DNA in the sperm is overwhelmed by the mitochondrial DNA. Understood? Yeah, in us as a split being as male and female. Yes, and obviously then the child then has 1/3 of their mother, 1/3 of their father, and then the combination of the two produces a new being. Yeah, so 1/3 is the you that gets created. So 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 makes the whole. Yeah, or on a scale, we say women sharps, males flats. The combination of the two produces a major tone, which is us or you as a result of your mother and father, or you as the children that you obviously go on to produce. Yeah, so some plot it numerically as 1, 3, 5. So when we're looking at this now, we can see here that the religious belief has poorly informed the world that basically need to have a son to carry on your lineage. Understood? So simple biological or research into biology, now in this modern day and time, should eliminate that belief. So certain cultures, female children being uncovered in the womb were basically getting terminated because they were female because somebody wanted a male heir. So you can see law and rules are two different things. So law allows you, at one time, allow you to terminate, or does allow you to terminate babies at a certain point. And some people in those laws were using those to terminate children because they were the wrong gender. You understand? Simply because of ignorance of the biological process. And this is the things that need to be are being corrected by understanding, as I say, what is taking place in nature. And then people don't even understand how to create a male child. Maybe that's a good thing, because the balance would be out of whack if people were getting to choose what they should or shouldn't have in terms of a baby. So rather than just dealing with the fact that you want a healthy child is a blessing in itself. So you need to have a female child in order to carry your lineage in terms of nature's system, and what's actually holding genetics. Clearly, that mother to daughter genetic line of information passed from mother to daughter, from mother to daughter. If you do not have a daughter, you only have male children, for example, then that mitochondrial line ends at that point. Understood? And then obviously it will restart it again once somebody then, obviously once a woman within the family or whatever has a child, you understand? So obviously it stops with the woman who gave birth to the sons or whatever. It doesn't then continue. Yeah, it's a continuous line. So do some research into mitochondria, but this is one of the key educational changes that needs to take place. Now, the religious mitre, or interestingly, is that which most don't know, Christians don't know, is that the mitre happens to be from the Babylonian deity Dagon, and it is a fish's head. Yes, and so a lot of these stories, etc., and this is what you have to understand and take yourself back into the mind of us as ancient Egyptians. Yeah, and get into the mind of that and then bring it forward. We talked about then, now, then. Bring that forward into today. So in some of the questions you ask, well, what did the Egyptians think? Meaning to say, what did my ancestors think about this? What were their recollection of this? Because certain things, the simplicity of certain things, which is what Wu-Sabat seeks to inform, simple, means to be understood, at least in the first instance. Yes, many things are about life, birth, resurrection, you understand, and death even in certain instances. So these are the stories which we're going through. So, what happens is, because of the way we are now, separate male and female, remember, this is the start of an internal war that takes place. Yeah, they refer to it when the sperm enters into the vaginal canal. They call it the chaotic waters, because the woman's immune system, understood, is then, this is a foreign entity. The immune system says either you have the genetic markers for this woman's body or you don't have them. It's not, the lovely, that's going to have a child, how wonderful, how beautiful. The immune system doesn't work like that. It's basically either you got the markers or you're dead. Either you got the markers or I'm taking you out. And it needs to be like that. There can't be no ambiguity around what your immune system recognizes, what it don't recognize. So in that regard, a war takes place. So the woman has to basically form a protective shield, i.e. called the amniotic sac, which basically protects the baby from her own immune system. Yes? And so all certain things of this nature have been recorded in ancient stories. And we've got caught up in the mythology because we didn't understand the symbolism that was being expressed in certain stories. And we talked about in the last class pertaining to certain astrological interpretations that have been transformed into real people. Excuse me. Certain stories now, look, This was symbolic of a certain type of deity, a certain type of story, and now it forms the uniform of the Pope. And so arguably people might see this as a religious symbol, yeah, and get offended if they saw it being used, in places where it's not supposed to be used. But, the reality of it is, not to be too crass about it, but I suppose most 13-year-olds, the result of what they're doing ends up in a sink. So why should, this symbol, for example, end up as people dying over it because people are getting offended because they don't know what the truth is? This is what ignorance can create. You understand? Not to be too crass people on the call for what it really is. But you know what I'm saying. Now, so the Suf or Safaf is the upgraded way of saying it, S-A-F-A-F. The Safaf for the mitochondrial DNA is the symbol of Tafnut, or Tafafnatat in updated Sabaic. And so we see here, interesting enough, what's that symbol? The same one we saw for water, correct? And we see a cobra spitting this forth. And this symbol here is referred to as a tat, and it is the symbol of a female. We see here is another kind of serpent type creature as part of that. So hopefully if you're paying attention, these things, of the way our ancestors recorded certain things, as I say, is you're starting to see, or certain things maybe starting to make sense, or some at the moment it just seems completely foreign to you, and that's fine as well. But start to show interest, the spitting forth why, who, what, where, why, these questions, why. You can task the subconscious mind to start to think about, well, what is going on here? What's taking place? Yeah, the spell deaded our thinking to not even want to be curious about it. So the symbol of the overseers, the 3 flags, and then you see it as, as the way the gender is introduced. So Nathar Tat and Nathar, as the symbol here. So this is the Tat symbol, symbolizing Femi-Nine in Tafnut. And we see Tafnut representing, or the deity Tafnut, as part of the 9, as the Greeks referred to as Enneads. Yes, her name, or Tafnut, represents moisture, obviously necessary, of course, for the production of life. And her face was on the original Sphinx, or Par-Rawat or Ruti. Not Sphinx, Sphinx is Greek. Par-Rawat, or Ruti is the name of that symbol. So I'm just checking something of interest. Just one moment. Yeah, okay. So, Par-Rawat. So, interesting enough, when we start to look through, I'm not going to go through this today. That may be another class, but if people ask questions in it, so be it. But there's basically there is a astrological code or system that runs through the Bible, which breaks down what the Jesus story really means, and it is linked to, or starts with Genesis 49:9 and the understanding of that particular verse. Yeah, and how, for example, when you look in the Torah, you get a certain order of the sons of Jacob. You understand, the 12 sons of Jacob, and then when you go into the Book of Revelations, you get the same 12 tribes, but there's different people there. And this basically is an understanding, obviously, that through this processional movement of the axis of the planet, different star constellations are aligned at a certain point, or the sky will look different, or the constellations that are in the sky, knowing what time it is, looks different. You understand? And this is showing that this relates to star constellations. It's not talking about planets and rest of things. It's not talking about people. Yes? So, and so there's a transformation taking place where, as I say, the woman is coming back into power and symbolic alignment with the Leo star constellation. Now, some of you have seen this before, but Tefaf represented in our culture receptive thinking, or receptive thoughts, or mental power. And Shawar, which was her counterpart, or Shu, so it's Shu and Tefaf Natat, or Shawar and Tefaf Natat, Shu and Tefnut were partners or married, whatever the term you want to use for that, or Mara age, not marriage, but the Mara beloved age, so moving back into the age of the beloved ones, Mara age or marriage. So receptive and perceptive thoughts. So perceptive and receptive thoughts gave birth to concepts. You understand? So when we think about how thoughts work, is saying there, which is a really poignant point, is to say, well, there's no room for faith or belief. Concepts are as a mathematical result of two things preceding it. So reasoning. The same way when you look at a human being, you say, you're a human being. You must have had a mother and father. And then if we take that further, you're a human being. You must have 4 generations. In this modern day and time. You understand what I'm saying? So looking at the resulting fact of how those things arise. We're looking at the result, as we talked about earlier, in terms of the mathematics of it, or the science of it to some degree. And they gave birth to Gibab, understood? And Gibab was considered to be the goose that laid the golden egg. Why a goose? Well, a goose is a bird of 2 elements, understood? Land and water. You see, so that symbolism coming as a result from 2 elements there. Perceptive and perceptive mental power gives birth to concepts. So concepts is the result. The same way you have what? In inception, before conception, we have what? Male and female mental powers, understood, that become or manifest themselves or travel as the ovum and the sperm coming together, and the two of them come together, give birth to conception. So there's a mental process before the actual physical process manifests itself. Hence why they say, okay, well, inception is 3 months before inception. And actually, for a person to get optimum sexual power, I suppose, before producing a child, they would have to abstain, both male and female, abstain from sexual relations for a period of around 3 months, in 3 to 6 months to get to their optimum level for that, to produce a sperm cell and to produce the ovum organ's always producing it, but you would sustain that for that period. If you was to say, okay, plan your child being born, most of us, let's be honest, we didn't plan it. You know what I'm saying? It happened, and then we have to figure it out. So here we see basically where the patriarch has come in to take us away from reality. So if you look here at the so-called, it's amazing how many people believe in star signs but never questioned what any of these things mean. Bear me 1 second. I'm just going to see if I can get that working again. Yeah, could get that working. No, I can't find it. I'm trying to get that pointer back on the screen. We'll figure it out for the next time. Okay, so you're seeing here on the screen these star signs, and people say, I'm star sign this, I'm star sign that, I'm Pisces, I'm Aquarius, never doing any research into what it means, etc. Now, as Sabaeans, we understand this from actual facts, birth of religion, that basically all of this was none of our culture. We did not deal with individual star signs. And the reason for that was because when you're looking at an individual, you see basically the person's made up of what? 1/3 their mother, 1/3 their father, and then that third gives a new you. So in order to calculate, okay, well, what is the influence of that particular star constellation on that birth point? Well, what you do, you need to know when your mother was born, you need to know when your father was born, and then you need to know when you were born. In addition, these fixed dates are not dealing with reality, because this is based upon the sun at one time moving or being aligned or passing through, because when you analyze, because the galaxy is rotating in a circle. So as it rotates, the sun, which doesn't move in terms of an orbital move, but it does move or turn its own axis. As the galaxies turn around, it would appear that the sun is traveling through these different celestial houses. It changes every single year. So every year, what was Aquarius needs to be redefined. This is simple research that the Sabaean mindset that the master teacher is trying to break the spell is supposed to look into. It changes every year. And so anybody's talking and says, well, this particular relationship, Aries means this, Pisces means that, these two need to get together. Hold on a minute. What year was the person born? Where was the sun's movement? And track the sun's movement in proximity to the planet Earth at that point, because everything is changing. So we understood these complexities. You understand? So not even taking into account the star signs of the 30 people that make up your 4 generations. What about that now? It's complex and doesn't give accurate results. So no, we didn't use it to plot and say, hey, this person's compatible with this person. No, we didn't use it for that. Yeah, so that was horoscopeology, or horoscope in the skies. That's something that Alexander, the great killer, introduced. It got nothing to do with the reality of who and what we are today. We would use what you call solar biology, which is the solar influence on biological systems on the planet Earth, and lunar biology, lunar's influence on biological systems on the planet Earth, to track the movement of certain tribes. So us as a group, and certain tribes, but not for individual horoscopes, because of the obviously complexity which I've just explained around genes. And then you have to couple with who you mixed with, and then who have the 30 people mixed with. That adds greater complexity to it. So no, compatibility tests were done by putting individuals' blood into a test tube and observing the movement and how the cells interacted with each other. You understand? So you put 2 people's blood together, and I mean, the blood boils and it goes over the top of the test tube. Well, yeah, you probably know that they're not compatible with each other. I'm being a little bit facetious there. But the movement of the cells and how they interact with each other, this will determine or give an indication, it's not perfect, but give an indication of how these two are going to interact and how they're going to mesh. Now, compatibility in terms of somebody being able to produce children, as you're aware, that can be done even if the people are not soulmates. So you don't have to be a soulmate to have children. You understand? I'm not saying it's easy to have children. I'm just saying you don't have to be a soulmate to have children. You don't have to be emotionally compatible to have children. Yeah, same way. So there isn't some force that's overseeing whether it's a good or bad idea for children to be produced. This is why, as human beings, mind has to dominate body, isn't it? 9 has to rule sex. You see the power in sex, and why certain control over the decisions that have been made, because it can be one moment of pleasure for a lifetime of work. I'm gonna say hell. But lifetime of work, of burden. Yeah, if you have children at the wrong time, I'm not saying children are not a blessing, they are, but they can also be a burden if had at the wrong time or in the wrong circumstances. And not everybody makes good parents either. So how does those poor decisions then affect future generations? It can be a lifetime of problems. Yeah, unless the person is strong enough to overcome certain childhood circumstances or whatever, and make better decisions, which then corrects stuff for future generations. Sometimes it can go in the other direction, of what it can create. So a lot of the sexual power is downplayed in society today, but as you can see here, it has a lot of power. Now, the interesting thing about it, you see somebody's put a moon in the center and the sun. Then in this version, there's kind of nothing there. I mean, you could maybe interpret as sun, but it seems like there's nothing there. And then we move over to our star map. This is a Dendora star map, always on the scene at the Temple of Dendora. And what do we see in the middle? We see a symbol there. So when the Greeks and the Romans picked it up, they removed this being here, which is actually a hippopotamus. And as I say, we replaced it with nothingness. So women jumping on all these star sign business. The people who created the star signs removed you from the plan. They removed you. Yeah, because the Greeks and the Romans, who, let's be honest, they had a little sugar in their shoe. They were homosexuals. They hated women, and they hated Africans for our matriarchal society. So that hate for women has manifested itself into the monotheistic religions today, how God was transformed into what? A he. Yeah, and not a she. Or it, as the case may be. Any questions? Sorry, hold on a minute, I've gone on a bit long. Any questions?
No, there are no questions posed here. No.
Okay, so basically, the quality principle, some of you are familiar with this, is that it's a 4-in-1 principle. Now, you've got many of these types of things in our culture. So you've got 3-in-1, which we did touch upon last class, and triad principles. You need to understand the woman is also dealing with the 4-in-1. Yeah, so 3-in-1, you do need to pay attention to that, because the triad principle, space, matter, and time, features in a number of different things. You even think about the human body. Look at yourself. You can see your hand, yeah, that's 1. Look at your forearm, that's 2. And then you grab your bicep, that's 3. It's in 3 sections, correct? Head, torso, legs, 3 sections. You think about your leg, your feet, yeah, your shin area, 2, and then your kind of thigh area, 3 sections. You look at your finger, yeah, on the palm side. You see 1. You look at index finger. Look at 1 space, 2 space, 3 space. It's in 3 sections. So the 3-in-1 manifests itself in many different things because it's coming from existence. Here introduces in a woman a 4-in-1, so a quality being, that she can be what? The daughter, the mother, and a grandmother, and a woman in one being. Yeah, 4-in-1. Like you see the seasons. It appears what? 4, because you have summer, spring, winter, and autumn. Yeah, that again, 4, but it's really 1. Yeah, it's really 1 season. 4, but it's really 1. Different moods of the same thing. Understood. So here, that 4-in-1 principle is why she has 4 toes. And Tauret, or Patauret, is where they got the word Torah from. And the Greeks called her Zodiacus. That's what her name is. They call her Zodiacus, which is why they call it Zodiac, because it goes back to the science of the Dendora star map, which is to say, when the planet Earth's axis was changed, a new map had to be formulated. Hence why we have the Dendora. These represent different energies. isn't it? Yes, correct. Different energies. And yes, the 24,000 cycle is in there, which some of you are aware of. No, here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 hands. Yeah, the Greeks and the Romans took this, isn't it? And then you got Atlas holding up the world. Here in our calendar or star map, we see 4 women holding up our world. Yeah, all things that we've been ignoring on this day and time. So you've got a woman there standing up, and then what? 2 Horuses, which Horus is depicted as a male, isn't it? Yes, kneeling down. Yeah, showing the power of what? Hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites having more genetic power than the normal human being or male. It's double the power, isn't it? Double the gender energy for the hermaphrodite or the woman, yeah, compared to the male. Understood? Yeah, so these are all these represent different energies of the different constellations as it relates to somebody from the earth looking up. Yeah, Hat-Ha or Hatat-Hara, it means the house of Horus. Yeah, the house of Horus. So you can't see me circling with my cursor. But this is Horus's house. What is Horus's house? Well, the womb, and how when we're in the womb, we make a 360-degree circle, isn't it? Yeah, in the womb where we're touching base with the 24 constellations. 12, but they have 2 sides, positive and negative. So the 24 constellations that we're touching with, and then we exit out, obviously head first. Yeah, through the woman who shape shifts in order to take in and in order to expel. So when we look now at our map, as I say, we see here the various different explanations, all based on the 24,000-year cycle. The 24,000-year cycle, remember, is 1 mile to 1 year to 1 landmark, because the wires round up the circumference of the planet, which is about 24,890 miles in circumference. It varies, it expands and contracts. So they round that down to 24,000, which is, again, 24 is a significant number in our culture. We deal with numerology, understood. So 1 female to 2 haras or haratwi, yeah, or hartwi, see that, haratwi. Twi means dual or double, understood, yeah, in the 24,000 cycle. The new map, yes, because of the war that took place, which causes, say, the but the movement of the axis of the planet, yeah, to 23.5 degrees. Yeah, so look up 12,000 BCE, and look and see what they are now finding or recording that took place at that time. So let me probably get a move on. So we end up in the same place as last time. So this is our gender seal, and it shows the various different combinations of gender, not what people determine and decide all of a sudden what they want to classify themselves as, but what is current according to the rules of nature. So this symbolizes the symbol X, as you can see there, and this is a Y in one of our scripts. And you see the combination of the different gender types, yeah, based on to who is 7 gender types, or 7 states of being, and we see where you see XX, YXXY, XYX, YXY, XXY, and YXX. So these are your more neutral or double gender types versus single sex types here. You understand? So we understand to some degree, and we need to go into detail around this, which we'll get to in a few slides, around how, as I say, gender works. Not this fake kind of gender enlightenment that's going on, but you know what I mean, actually what it is according to nature, and how, as I say, there is an element of homophobic thinking that has arisen because of monotheistic teachings, or poor understanding of monotheistic teachings, that doesn't exist when we step back into ancient Egypt. Yeah, because I understand of that star map. Yeah, so the difference between how a person is born, some people are born that way, we'll get into that in a bit, versus, as I say, certain forces out there that are trying to turn people by way of persuasion. You understand? Either way, yeah, it is what it is. You know, the better thinking is, well, what people do in their bedroom between consenting adults should stay between people. So it's nobody else's business other than those particularly involved, as long as no one's getting hurt or harmed in that regard. You understand? Yeah, between two, because that's their business. And some people are born that way, which we'll get into genetically. For us, why it's important is because certain spiritual practices relate to these individuals or double gender beings that have more energy than the average human being, and thus their vibrational rate exceeds the normal human being. And in combination, interesting enough, they show 4 here, in combination with the golden children or the Haru in the center, they can open up certain gates that we're talking about here, dimensional gates that we mentioned earlier, into other worlds. This was their power. And this can allow us to transition. Understood? And that sounds crazy, but if coronavirus got mad and overtook the world and created what they keep showing in all these various different movies, Walking Dead and all these different things that they keep showing, well, why would you want to stay here? You're going to be like, hey, let's move, and when this situation sorts itself out, then we can return back, and maybe a renewal needs to take place. Or never come back. I mean, put a no entry sign on the planet and gone. That'd be a nice way to get away from certain things. And how we survived. You know, how do you think we've been here for however many millions of years? Yeah, when big meteorites have hit the planet, extinction level events. Someone have had to take action and think about, well, how is this life form going to survive? It takes trillions of years of growth and evolution to get to the point where we are today. So certain forces are looking out for our interest. So when we talk about male and female powers, we look at our culture. So in the Sabaean culture, you see this, it's called a mijdal, or a braid in the back. So people cut a triangle and have this braid sitting at the back. And this represents the medulla oblongata, yeah, the brain stem. And then the women have the same, but they wear it on the side, again called the mijdal, and the braid there, excuse me. And you see there, it is it's a plait, as I say, it represents that kind of double helix type energy, type energy. And you can see here that also covers DNA. So everything in our culture has purpose and meaning. Now, here we see that the female brain, on the right side of the brain, deals with images and represents the ka'a, or the spirit. You should see that from the slide. Good to have a good combination of zinc amount in the body for generation of electricity, atomic charge, it's saying there. And the left side of the brain is symbolically male, and that is analytical. So women images, male energy analytical, also female energy versus male energy analytical. Obviously we have both within us, yeah? And that represents the Ba'ah, or the soul. Copper, again, good amount of that in the body naturally, again, helps to generate the necessary atomic charge. Now listen, these two must become one for perfection of thinking and doing. The Shat energy in emotional beings as Ba'ah soul. Yeah, so the merging of these two together, or two becoming one, that is how one achieves Tatmun, perfection. Yeah, in terms of our mental acuity and then transforming that mental acuity into action. So when we talk about the double helix there, you see it in DNA. Yeah, nuclear DNA, if you want to say that to be more specific. Yeah, we see our double helix there, as we talked a bit about earlier. But then mitochondrial DNA is in a circle. So it was changed from this to a circular form and fashion. I won't go into that to too much detail, but if you want to find more about it, seek out a book, called 18 plus 18 plus 1, the 37 genes of mitochondrial DNA, to find out why Inki got with Ptah of ancient Egypt, and they, let's say, created this ring of DNA from the double helix type. Now, we deal with the Femi-Nine. So in binary, which is a number system, it also can allude to certain spiritual thinking that we just talked about here. The differences between male and female. This is important to understand, because we, as human beings, we get into a lot of conflict and argument between male and female, not copying all the attacks between that is pressured upon black women and black men to keep them apart from each other. But it also a lack of understanding of what we are and who we are and why we think and how we think, or whatever. And then you've got the combination of males in female body and women in male's body, so on and so forth. So you've got that combination. But strictly for the moment, just keeping it male and female as a simpler element to it. It's telling us here, for you see, Nawapis or Sabaeans, when you understand binary symbol, you note that mental is 0. So binary, remember, is 2. It's a combination of zeros and ones, yeah, to express on and off, on and off states. Understood. Now, is 0 and physical is 1, as used as the cells or atoms of the computer. 257. That being said, male equals 0 and females equal 1. 0 is one who always wants to analyze, so he's analytical. 259. 1 is one who sees things as they are. She is accepting of things as they are. 260. So the male sees fatir al-fatar, natural nature, and sets out to dahoy, paint or rasum, draw it onto canvas or paper to take things apart and see how they work. 261. And the Asha female looks at fatir al-fatar, natural nature, and accepts its natural nafari, beauty, as is. So 2 types of approach, basically based on our design. Understood? So here, right hemisphere, emotion, interest, spirituality, interpersonal, so on and so forth. Left brain, logic, analysis, organization, mission, math, science, knowledge, facts, detail. Right and left hemispheres of the brain. What do we say? Female and male sides in terms of energy. It's 264. So to transform this Tapal world out of the Yadatat hands of the male mind back to the Tapel world of female mind. 265. We, the Nathari, listen to this. We activated the idea of the computer, which Ayash male will call a great invention of his. 266. When in fact it was us who activated the idea for you to see the computer uses Shabbat images to develop ideas. 267. You don't or no longer have to destroy, but to banu, build. It deals with Shabbat image. So with that, the right side of the mag brain, which is of the Asha female, is being redeveloped. So if you think about it, in the physical world or level or dimension, in order to make a thing, you have to destroy something else. So in order to produce a wooden table, you have to destroy a tree. You understand? Now, destroy, creation means, in Wu-Sabat, creation means growth into form or system. And when you say destroy, it means change in form or system. Understood? Yeah. So basically, in order to build that table, nice oak table, you have to destroy an oak tree. When you're thinking about a person in their mind, they don't have to destroy anything. You can imagine the table. Understood? As is. You don't have to build a tree in your mind, destroy a tree, cut it from its roots, and then produce a table. You can imagine the table straight away. So and that's at the fourth level, mental versus physical. Remember, physical, plane of force, plane of spiritual plane, and then fourth is mental. So in the mind, a person can produce anything they want to in their mind. They don't have to build. So it's different rules for that environment. So this is what's being expressed here. So they're redeveloping the woman's mind, and they did this with the creation of the computer, which obviously in other tablets, you look up Shambhala Agata, or the chapter of that deals with tablet of the underworld, in the tablets, or Shambhala Agata Supreme Mathematics book. It goes into that, where the computer, the IBM style computer and the Apple style computer are actually from ancient technology, or recreation of ancient technology being used today. So here what they say now. So we advanced it and its technology to bring it into the home and then into the Yadad, hand, 272. For males had most women in the home as a housewife, 273. Now from the Kalun home with a computer, she becomes part of the World Wide Web and connects to other thinking women and the world over. Understood? How many women have become millionaires, yes, in this rise through the computer? Whether that is setting up businesses that work using the World Wide Web, whether that is mastery of things like cryptocurrency or trading and things of that nature, is because the computer now can allow you to do that. This lockdown would have been very different if it was done 20 years ago. I think there would be much more breaches of lockdown if people didn't have access to the internet. It's like always something to do, always people to connect to. It's the way in which we're able to have these communication and classes, spanning all over the globe. Yeah, so it's our ancestors, the Panatharu, that put that in place as part of everything else that we talked about to bring in the coming of this transformational cycle. Yeah, this transition from patriarch to matriarch. 274. As men plan wars and political powers, women are coming back to Saham power and will rule again. 275. A man will return back to his original state to protect the females to build shelters. Yeah, so this is, you can do anything you want in this society, but we have original things that we were designed or optimized to do. Understood? And nature's trying to return us back to that process as it was in ancient times, where we're more akin to nature. It doesn't stop choices of what people want to be, or if we want to play football, or men want to, you understand? Whatever. I don't know if men want to play netball, but if that was the case they want to do, don't stop none of that. This is just talking about us optimizing ourselves to be in tune with intelligent, natural nature design. So to respect, as it says here, to respect the natural rules of nature as it is. For you see, you have masnoids male, feminoids females, and bathanoids both genders. 278. This is how natural nature balances out in all things, such as Zarek Kadir, Safir, Sarek, Khadir, and Safir, blue, green, and yellow. So blue is a primary color, isn't it? Yellow is a primary color. You mix the two, blended, you get green. So green is Batha, is an equal amount of both to become the color green. A flat, A major, A sharp is a complete tone. 281. Cold, warm, hot. That is natural rule of Fatir nature. So remember, we have rules, they have laws. Yeah. And that's what it's bringing in. So balancement. Yeah. Excuse me. So we had put the computer in her hand, and now she's beginning a new beginning. And in time, the world will once again be matriarchal. one, M, mega, other. Yeah, so because a woman is that source, M, it's also the way in which they measure the mass of suns, interesting enough. So you see motherhood, or M other, because the other is that she's able to produce an offspring from the original. 1000% or mega, because when you add up the races etherically in the science of numerology in Wu-Sabat, you see it was always 999% out of 1000%. So representing our mental capacity, but also tying into our hair texture. Because when we were 1000% ether, the curl of the hair was tied right back in to the follicle and we were hairless. Yeah, prior to that, we were energy. Understood? Yeah, so the hair texture symbolizes that 9, but it's 999 out of 1,000. The Dravidians represent 666 out of 1,000. Yeah, man, we were star children. And then you have mankind, which represents 333 out of 1,000. Yeah, dealing with mental capacity. Understood? Yeah, so all that coming out the M, the mother, yeah, matrix, yeah, all of those things coming from the female. So let's get into some of the science of sex as we have it here. If we run over, I'll probably seek permission to go for another half hour or so. If not, we'll continue into next month and do the breath and this at the same time. So, Vanas, this is related to the first question, and so pay attention a bit because it's going into a bit of detail here while I'm kind of walking through the words step by step, so that misinform, so to speak. So, we're dealing with the book called The Proof, and we're starting at verse 133. So, Vanas Tasu, so this is feminine. Yeah, her Yahasat genes, her genome, her DNA. So it's important that the royalty of our race is within the genes, yeah, DNA being held by our women, our females. Yeah. 134. Don't confuse this with our Zazatatu women of the West who have lived in the image, and like the Adamite women who had exchanged Hatat body fluids before marriage or had more than 3 Ayashu males to 4, married or not. So we have basically gone from an original type or way of living. When they say sacred, it means to treat it with care. It's not saying some holy thing like that, you understand? But it's saying treat it with care. I don't think most people, if they're being honest, would think that sex in the bedroom, what takes place in that, is holy. They wouldn't describe it as that. But it's to say that when we do it, because of what can happen as a result and what can take place, people can die from having sex, let's be honest, or produce children. The act of it was, in ancient times, was considered sacred. At one time, it was only used for procreation. Obviously, when lust came into the picture, which was actually added in as part of the process, because why would a woman want it? When we separate that into male and female, lust was added into part of the process to then want us to basically keep reproducing over and over again. Why would you just go through all that pain and suffering? And there's no prize at the end of it. It's because there was a prize before. There was a prize before which people enjoy, so therefore they would want to do it again. That was built into the process. The pleasure principle was built into the process, understood, to enable that to happen. Again, Inky responsible, or Nudimud responsible for that, yeah, as a genetic engineer. Now, we see here exchanging fluids. So I say we've become much more Western-like, and you can see it as we maybe a little bit older on the call, seeing maybe how the children is now, seeing how we were in comparison to adults, and seeing the type of diseases now that we're starting to die from and things of that nature. So even just being in the West, even arriving more recently, certainly for many in the UK, who are only probably first generation, second generation, coming to third generation of being in this country more recently, with Windrush generation and then those who came in the 60s, so on and so forth. we're starting to now transform into other than what we were. And some of the diseases now, being in the environment, you can't say, well, black people didn't used to get that, or they didn't used to get this. Now we're getting it. Now we're dying from it. Understood. And even the behaviours, we wasn't really, especially the youth, certainly in my time when I was back in the day, when I was out in the clubs DJing and doing promotions and things of that nature, we wasn't really heavy drinkers. And so from a business proposition, as a nightclub owner, they didn't really want black people in certain clubs because we didn't drink the bar. That's very different now. And how has that changed? Well, it's changed because there are certain goals that they use, and a ghoul is when you look at the kind of vampire, I think I'm saying it, the right ghoul. Yeah, I think I'm saying it correct. That's that creature who basically is seeking to get turned, isn't it, by the vampire. So will do things because they want the vampire to turn them into a vampire. So symbolically speaking, they use a number of different people within, and particularly more recently it's been in the hip-hop field, where they use certain artists and what we would say branding today to brand certain items like alcohol and so on and so forth that oftentimes they don't own. They're front for certain people who don't look like us, who want to sell certain products and a lifestyle into our communities. And so that kind of nightclub lifestyle or whatever, have you up all night, we're supposed to be generating melanin. And so therefore, because you're up, the hours you should be generating melanin, you're producing serotonin, and then through the consumption of alcohol, etc., it allows you basically to drop your vibrational rate down, and people getting housed by all kind of forces, which leads you potentially to do acts that you might not do necessarily, not under the influence of alcohol. You may not do under the kinds of alcohol. So how many babies or children have been born out of the nightclub, so to speak. So these are things, as I say, that they design in a certain way so that it, as I say, has you going maybe in the opposite direction of what maybe is spiritually best in terms of your ascension or evolution. So, for example, we'll go in the nightclub when it's our birthday and people talk about getting bladdered as being a good night, i.e. drinking to the point where you forget how good the night was, so to speak. And forgetting that basically that is your time of the year, which is the anniversary of your birth. It's not your birthday. Birth happens once. The anniversary of your birthday, where it's your most powerful time of the year, where if you've got plans for the next, 365 days, you should be in quiet communion with your Salafu, your ancestors, and the universe, because that's where you could make things happen. You can start a real positive mental journey from there. But yet we're in the club, destroying ourselves. That it's called having a good time, isn't it? So let me eat excess, let me party excess, let me do all of that stuff in the guise of having a good time. I'm not saying you shouldn't have fun, party, whatever, celebrate your life or whatever, but why does it have to be of a self-destructive nature? At least if you're going to do that, get some spirituality in on that day. Otherwise it's wasted for the power of what it could be for that year. Now, as before marriage, or have more than 3 Ayashu males to 4, married or not. We're getting to that. Yeah. I say again, remember, mature people in the room, don't take offense to these things. There's always a way forward. Now, most of the time. Now, 135, they have taken in all the males Yahasat genes and their Salafu ancestors back 4 generations, both mental and physical, sane and insane. All is taken in. So this is the issue that we have to understand now. And, in watching, I think it was what I was this summer, Love Island. I know. Don't hate me, people. But in watching or catching into this Love Island thing, I was amazed at the amount of times people were kissing each other. Now, the issue with that it's nothing to do with the harmless exchange or whatever with these games. It's to do with the fact that, remember, in each of your cells carries a copy of who you are genetically. You understand what I'm saying? So all your ancestors going back 4 generations, and remember we talked about those snapshots that were taken. So all of their desires, behaviors, so on and so forth, and then all of yours up to the date are contained within that DNA. Yeah, it's not a fixed code, yeah, according to maybe modern biology. They got that wrong. It's an evolving code. Yeah, because what you take in today, that becomes part of your being. Yeah, and your DNA is a record of that. So it's changing. Remember, with women as well, it's a science of the 2 mouths, as they teach you in Notes of Life. So what you take in orally and what you take in vaginally becomes part of your being. Like as men, what we take in through our mouths become part of our being. Women have got 2 of those mouths. So what you take in vaginally and what you take in orally becomes part of your being. This is the science of sex, that we need to understand, versus the art of it. So when we're exchanging genes by way of a kiss, male and female, the issue is it becomes part of your being. You didn't really intend to take on all the whole being's mental, physical, good, bad that they've done, insanities, sanities, all of that becomes part of you. And for a woman, it can take up to 7 years because they're the soil, remember. They are the blackness that you see in space, the nothingness or whatever. So can take up to 7 years to rid foreign DNA from their system, unless you engage in a ritualistic practice that speeds that process up. But naturally occurring, up to 7 years. Males, because at one time males they're not internal beings, they are external beings. Basically, males, generally speaking, are not affected in that way. However, if a woman has had different genetics within that 7-year period or whatever, with more than 4 men, then she can influence the behavior of the man that she sleeps with. You understand? Obviously, as men anyway, you're taking in. If you kiss somebody, you're taking in them genes anyway. You understand? If you're taking the person's fluids orally, so on and so forth. But obviously it affects women more because it becomes part of their system. You understand? In that regard. Hence why we didn't do males can act as females. Yeah, hot girl summer, which is a new thing. Women can. So the newfound independence, the newfound rise in female power is being misinterpreted, isn't it, by 6 and 4 forces. So this transformational change that was taking place, where women are rising back to power, that you've seen 2010 to 2013, where you're getting more female leadership because nature's forcing that change. We just was reading about one aspect of it with the computer and the internet. You're seeing that misinterpreted now. Yeah, to become something else, considered to be female empowerment, which is basically women acting as males. That is not the female empowerment that we're talking about here. Understood? Because it has consequences. If it was just a case of women have as much partners as men, just for the pleasure of it and the sex of it, and do what men have been doing all these years or whatever, and there was no consequences, cool. That is... Yeah, it should be like that, fair, equal, whatever. If there's polygamy, we are equivalent for males, it should be the equivalent for females, if it's just about that. But it's not about that. It's about what the rules are. Remember the rules versus the laws? What is nature's rules in place? Nature's rules means you can do what you want, but there's consequences. You understand? We're not the same design. We are equal, but not the same, like the circle and the square. Circle 360, the square is also 360 degrees, equal but not the same. Understood? As male and female. So there's differences and there's consequences for misuse of sexual power, both male and female. And the Sabian Man Patriarch and the Sacred Femi-Nine Patriarch, both you can listen to at Wu-Sabat.com, start to correct our behaviors morally and culturally, so that we make better decisions. You've gone through a process of say through the first 30 years where you had laws to live by. Then when right knowledge was introduced, there were no laws or rules because you were gods. Gods don't have laws. Understood? Which you're subjected to. Whatever action you take the responsibility for what comes with it. You understand? Then, as you introduce culture now, new culture, as you come back into what Wu-Sabat is now for us living it today culturally, well, we understand why a male shouldn't sleep with another man's wife or whatever, or vice versa, because people kill each other over that. You understand? Because of the mind doctrine. That's mine you're messing with there. That's mine. And love and these types of things. So you put rules in place in a society to maintain peaceful living, and then consequences if those things are breached or broached to try and steer the behavior back to what's best for us as a group, the whole. As we talked about previously, what is best for the race is always best for the individual. This is the Master Teacher's words from the 9 ball. What is best for the race is always best for the individual. What is best for the individual is not always best for the race. Understood? Yeah, so this is how these things come in. Now, Mr. 136, it says you will notice those Ashashu females will be more boisterous than the new breed. The Sawat voice of men anger them because going from male to male all their lives as taught to be normal in the West results in her misunderstanding the point of a true negroid. 137. Her male anger, for whatever reason, allows her to stress to the point of feminine over masculine when it's for the future of Musbatu or Nuwapians, not those used and abused or who allowed themselves to be used and abused sexually before she came to Wu-Sabat or Wu-Nabat and learned about the genetic kiss. So before we learned about these things, we follow what society then allowed us to do, maybe having a little bit of moral compass that was taught to us wrongly through religion that we then rebelled against because sex before marriage, many did anyway, sex before marriage or whatever is not allowed in many of these different religions. So we rebelled against that because what you're allowed to do, man's law versus laws in these various different books that may have informed that supported our moral decisions in that regard or whatever. And now it's a thing of, well, do what you want. You understand? So if a man sleeps with a whole heap of women or whatever, he doesn't get judged for that. Woman sleeps with a whole heap of men, she still gets judged for that. But even if you point out and you use maybe what's considered to be derogatory terms like, oh, that's a male slut, or that's you're slut shaming now. So even the decision of not doing that, they want a free-for-all. You understand? Now, as I said to you before in previous classes, what stars do, i.e. the famous people that they have us worshipping fake stars today and not the real stars out there in the universe that we should be giving adoration to and respect to, they have us worshipping fake stars. Yeah, fake stars living these lifestyles and influencing the masses, etc. Don't feel, I'm not saying they obviously physically feel, but because of their isolation and money, different things of that nature, that world, they're not feeling the consequences of the people who are copying that lifestyle. And so those forces of 6 Ether and the Kakasu behind them who want to control and abuse and mess up our genealogy, through various different secret societies, so on and so forth, who work on behalf of Nana and the Draconians and other Anunnaki who want human beings to be food, etc., or resources for them to use and consume, are not interested about your spiritual ascension, so are only interested in wrecking our genes for them to get a prolonged period of time here and avoid their expiry. So before we knew about it, yes, we messed up our genes Yeah, and so there's certain decisions that we took or whatever the case may be. Now in this generation, my generation or whatever, we've made decisions, we've messed up. Some things decisions we've made, we now have to reincarnate for another 24,000 years because we breached certain rules. Not 24,000, we have to reincarnate to correct certain things that we did in this lifetime. So it's not all things are going to be fixed in our generation. They're going to be fixed in future generations, which is still us. So whenever we start that journey, each journey's begun with one step. That's when it starts. That's where transformation starts for your genetic line. Are you going to be perfect? You're going to get everything right and exact? No. It may take a few lifetimes for that to get done and sorted, but that's the journey that we undertake. If you make it first time round perfect, great, no problem, great. You understand? Some people pass their driving test first time around. Yeah, great, good on you. Some of us pass our driving tests third time around. Yeah, and maybe those experiences help us to be better drivers because we experience failure. You see? So it's just part and parcel of the journey. But knowledge, or the right knowledge, informs right thinking, that informs right actions. And so that's why we need to know about these things. Sometimes for some of us, as painful as it is to read, damn, why did I do that? Why did I do this? It's just what it is. And it was part of a plan that was bigger than you. Yeah, which you didn't have control of. We were all subject to it. You understand what I'm saying? And so just like some of our ancestors were subject to kidnapping and slavery, and they're expecting us in this day and time, those sacrifices that were made to do the right thing, and hopefully, hopefully as part of the plan, future generations will look back at this point in time and think, yes, those ones, you know what I mean? Those beloved ones, those ones, the replacements, who in the adversity, all the things taking place in society, made key decisions to change or responded to the messages and the influence of natural nature and the various different teachers that came along to enforce this message, listened and started to change, and produced then children, you know what I mean, with the same kind of mentality, who then change, and then they produce children who then enforce this more change until we reach a point of producing more children closer to the perfection that we're looking to achieve. So it says 139. So it's time to stop going from Zazaz man to Zazaz man for support or sexual pleasures, or not to be alone, and clean yourself inside out. 140. For those past Ayashu males affect how you fakura think towards males. Your anger, your outspokenness, your aggressiveness are males of your past speaking from inside your damag brain, being in your DNA now. So, I'm not saying women are not supposed to be brash and outspoken or whatever the case may be, but you think about this, on both sides. You meet a new man, understood? And let's say you got rid of that man because he was a wasteful fool or whatever the case may be. But he doesn't really want to get rid of you, but you've sent him away. Well, I'm getting on with my life, whatever. 6 months later, you meet another person or another man. Because that man is inside your genes, if you don't understand what's taking place because of the fact that his DNA is still inside of you, that man, his intention is to mess up the new relationship. Because those genes are still in there. So basically, feeling anger, is it me or is it what's in my genes? And it's a case of all of us finding that inner voice. Yeah, as a man, if you go out there and you, as they say in this society, cheat, or you go out and you put your phallus in another woman, and then you come back not knowing, well, what are the recycle stages? Because that person's DNA is still on your being, is still on your member. You then go and put that woman inside of your woman at home. What happens? You've then taken the woman's genes and put it inside of your woman at home. Do you think that woman is for or against your current relationship? She's against it. So you've put that now inside the woman at home. You've made it part of her genes. Who's getting angry? Is it your woman who's getting angry? Or is it the woman inside of her that you placed in her is angry? And how does that affect the woman's mind? How does that affect the way she feels? Yeah, women, why do you think you're finding out your man's been up to something before you find the evidence? Now, some of it can be because some of you out there are paranoid, you understand, and think into existence that negativity. But some of it could be because, well, the evidence inside of you was you got genes placed inside of you. You can feel the woman inside, the other woman inside of you, because her genes are there. Which is why, remember, in the genetic kiss doctrine, when somebody cheats, the reason for the anger, the reason for the sickness, the reason for all these things is because your ancestors inside of you, as well as yourself, are saying, get this person's genes outside of me. A betrayal has taken place. You understand? And so the aggressiveness of the ancestors who are for you want these adverse genes out of your system. But it takes time, isn't it, through the natural process for that to take place. You understand? Okay. Any questions? Any questions?
No questions. Would I think Sakam, could you repose your question, please? If you could type your question in again, please. I didn't quite understand. Apart from that, I don't have any other questions.
What time we got there? Let's just see. We can go a bit. If people got time, I need thumbs up. Have you got time to go on for another hour, or do people want me to stop? So I need hands, thumbs up in the attendees. So you want me to carry on for another hour? Thumbs up. If you don't want me to stop, if you want me to stop, it will continue next week. Okay, there's a few thumbs up there. So I'll carry on. Obviously, if people catch it on YouTube, I'll carry on for another hour. I'm not going to keep you on. People got their Mother's Day phone calls to make if they haven't made them already. And there's other bits and pieces of rice and peas waiting for them, etc. So let's continue. So 141. This affects your relationship with a male and even attracts you to other females sexually, as the Adamites promotes Zazatu, women kissing in public and couples seeking 2 female, 1 male sexual entertainment. So this is an issue now. This is really things to pay attention. So what it's saying here, which you can obviously read as well, but is saying that actually so you may not have been born that way. And we get into how people are born, what they're classifying as same sex. Yes? So you're not born that way, but the man in you is the man that you've taken in by way of your genes and vice versa is attracted to other females. You interpret that as not, because you didn't know, the man inside of me likes that woman, or the man's genes inside of my DNA likes that woman. You interpret as, you internalize that and think, oh, well, because it's internal, you think it's your desires. Understood? Then coupled with what's being seen on the television, coupled with what these artists or whatever have been up to. Yeah, listen to some of the interviews or whatever. They're on a madness. You understand? Doing what they want. They've got millions of pounds and dollars, whatever, in the bank, and doing what they want. Certain songs promote that, etc. And this is what results in people who are not necessarily of that persuasion then indulging in that kind of thing. Let me try a thing, or try this, try that, or whatever. And the more adds to the genetic confusion. And the more partners, the more exchanging, the more kissing, etc., adds to more genetic confusion. So 142, it is promoted just as twerking and attraction to the female's butt. Promote and desire for anal sex, which also affects the male to male or male on male anal sex. When it's not when it's not born in them, it's a choice by persuasion by the media. Yeah, being that was the norm in the Adamite Canaanite history in both Greece and Rome, which spread all over Europe, then spread to the West. These are part of the devil's new laws, yeah, on the dad birth control. Their rules and regulations on birth control is to promote these forms of sexual pleasures, and they seek to imprison most Negroid men in the West to expose them to these forms of contact. Is planned by the race of devils. Yeah, so as we spoke about earlier, some people are well familiar with, is to mess up the genes, is to transform. Dr. Francis Cresswell Welsing spoke many years over this, is to seek to transform, obviously, us to same-sex or indulging in homosexual, they classify as homosexual activity, or to turn men into homosexuals, to stop us from producing children. Yeah, because remember, we produce children at an exceptional rate because of the strength in our genes. Yeah, so all of this is just a new version of stopping, as I say, or limiting the production of us producing human beings, which I say goes back to their overlords. Now, 145, all about the butt, then anal sex with both male and female. And this is not about those born male, khatat body, with a vanastasu, feminine spirit, or those born with a female khatat body with a male spirit, or the hermaphrodites or hermaphrodites. So again, this is really important to understand. I've gone through this before, but we can do it again just to make that clear. So remember, about 6 to 8 weeks, we just was looking at that, right? 6 to 8 weeks in the birthing process, excuse me, gender is determined. Now, what happens, the word homosexual is a poor word because the word homo, it means male. You understand? It means male, basically. That's why you get Homo erectus, Homo sapien. It means genus Homo. Obviously, it means man to some degree. Understood? A woman is mansexual. Yeah, a woman, or as they classify heterosexual woman, is mansexual because she likes men, correct? But what happens is in the birthing process, and it is a defect in nature. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying it's a defect in nature. I.e., the same way like people have bad eyesight and have to wear glasses. It's a genetic defect. Understood? And the reason why I say it, because what happens is if a woman is stressed out during the pregnancy, what can happen is, or overly stressed during that pregnancy, it can alter the way her hormones function, and it can alter the hormone response in that child. So the child can be born, as it's saying there, a male child, but hormonally, yeah, so what chemicals are being released in the child is female like hormones. So internally, the person feels like they're a child because of hormones, yeah, which can cause those feelings, but they're in a male body, and vice versa. Somebody can be born female, but hormonally, they obviously, because of the chemical imbalance created because of, as I say, a difficult pregnancy, then the child can be born male hormonally inside. So they should be called hormone sexuals, not homosexuals. So the internal female the internal female in the man is the internal female is attracted to the external male form. Hence, you get what? Same-sex relationships. But it's not same-sex. It's just bodily same-sex. There's still the opposites in there. Understood? And even when they get into a relationship, there's always a kind of a male-female dynamic, even in what we consider to be same-sex relationships. Same way with the women were born with a male inside of them. It's the internal male is attracted to the external female form, hence why you get same-sex relationships. Does that make sense? This is very different to non-genetic defect, which is hermaphrodites, as we spoke about earlier, and hermaphrodites, naturally occurring neutral gender beings or double gender beings, who basically that gene has tumbled forward from the original. Understood? Yeah. So that, which is not a defect. It's a defect if they have both genitalia, like they have a penis and a vagina. No, that's defect. That's a defect. The genes of both genitalia, but have either a male or female body, understood, in one, those beings are neutral gender. And so because of the lack of information in the society today about who and what they are, they may be attracted to either one, or interpret that feeling to be attracted to females at certain times, attracted to males at other times. Those are neutral gender beings. Yeah. So here we're saying it, 146. This is not about the Bible and Quran homophobia. Yeah. So most of us, if we are honest with self, our reaction to it of same sex, obviously there's a natural. If you're not that way, then it's just what it is. And so you don't like it. Like some people don't like peanut butter. So you see two men kissing, you don't like it because it's not your preference. Understood? But most people's aggression against it came, if they're being honest, from the monotheistic teachings, yeah, what they read in the Bible, what they were taught by a preacher, Quran saying, you understand? So therefore, which has the interpretation of it has led to that. Yes, and interpret, but as we explained earlier, their overlords had very different reasons for why they didn't want men sleeping together. That's because it's messing with the food production. You understand what I'm saying? So in that way, and if you think about circumcision, for example, circumcision is dealing with the fact of it has no, if a man cleans himself properly, it has no real hygienic benefit if a man cleans himself properly. What it does do, though, it makes the tip of a man's phallus more sensitive. So therefore, he ejaculates faster, producing more children. You understand? So there are certain things that those overlords put in place for their own purposes, which have nothing to do with the interpretation or which is, say, homophobia, as we would classify it today. And if we think about it from our perspective, the hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites, these double gender beings who could get mixed up in the myriad of monotheistic homophobia and outcast by people for ignorance, are actually part of the solution necessary for opening up certain gateways to allow agreeable forces in to this dimension and also allow us to find ways of leaving. Understood? Yeah, because these gateways exist in nature. Just because you can't see it, as we explained earlier, the universe is a vast space of different energies, different frequencies, etc. Just because you can't see or hear it does not mean it doesn't exist. Understood? So it says this is not about biblical or Quranic homophobia. This is an actual plot because people of color produce Haradu children on a much larger rate than the Leben Salau white race. So their production, as we've seen this in the media, so their production is on decline world over. 147. In fear, they came up with a new program of attracting all to the butt and female on female kissing, which leads to sex by females who are not born with male spirits, naturally attracted to the same sex, we just explained. Now, 148, so females who have exchanged more than 4 Ayashu males' bodily fluids by oral sex or other forms of sexual exchange must be careful not to let those inner voices affect how you relate to males. 149, even if he is still alive, his male Salafu ancestors affect you. This has been confirmed by scientists who took female mice for an experiment. Because of time, you have to go and look this up. Yeah, but it's talking about epigenetic changes. The word epigenetics changes of basically like an extreme version of nature versus nurture, where basically how we live in our life today can alter the genes because it affects the way DNA is expressed. So it can stop, it can inhibit DNA by causing things that should be expressed to be turned off. versus things that I arguably should be turned off to be expressed or overexpressed. And so it affects physical, and that manifests itself in physical change in that being, but it can be passed on then to future generations. You understand? Yeah. So I'll leave you to go and just look at that epigenetic changes and experiments about how trauma and things of that nature, it's not just trauma, but it's changes in the environment, can be passed on generationally. Now let's go on 154. It says, disprove that what you are exposed to in life affects your next 4 generations. It confirms what I taught you of the genetic kiss. Like the word kiss, you reverse it, get the word six. So exchanging fluids with an individual, you are passing on more than just what you consider to be affection. You are passing on infection. So also what you hear, watch, hears, eat, your fears, sexual habits, likes, dislikes, pass on 4 generations. And that also includes health, disease, and mental state. So the mates you exchange bodily fluids with become a part of your next 4 generations, and you inherit from each male his past 4 generations, which can affect your Vanas Tasu Sacred Femi-Nine. Yes, Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature, okay, and can make you more masculine, both physically and mentally. So taking on masculine DNA affects you. So you can see why, with the right knowledge, you might culturally try to alter things and say, hey, women need to think about how many partners you take on. Men need to think about how many partners you take on because of how it affects things physically. This is why originally, even when they were dealing with polygamy and things of that nature, yeah, it could, because maybe at certain points, women outnumbered the amount of males that were around. Remember, culturally, it was the wife, the first wife, who chose the women to come into the culture. It wasn't the man or into the family, excuse me. It wasn't the man just going out, hey, by the woman's, look, Chris, you know, and then try and convince his wife to take this woman in. No, it was the woman who decided, you understand, of who was going to come into the family and who would best fit, because maybe she was at a certain age or whatever, gone through the menopause, needed to have more children or whatever, or the wealth of the family as them as a group decided actually we need to have more children because you don't know how the children are going to turn out. So that's one thing. So sometimes they better more children. She's running certain things or whatever. So maybe you need a younger woman who's happy to become part of the family or whatever, and maybe wants to take on the role of producing children in that setup or whatever. So not that she's just a womb, doesn't make it sound like that, but that's maybe one of the reasons why I say, well, I've had my children. Some women get to that point, no, I'm not having no more children. And so in order to carry on the lineage or whatever, or widen the family or the tribe or whatever the case may be, they bring in a younger woman that's compatible with the setup. And some don't. Some don't. So it's not a mandatory thing, but that's how it can happen in previous cultures. I mean to say, when you understand the rules, yes, you design culture to match those rules. Yeah, you design culture to optimize ourselves so we are in line with how nature works or nature's rules. Remember, rules we have aligned to nature, they create laws. And to justify their behavior or interlink to, they create a rule of law. None of that is our culture. So it says, 157, from being a tomboy to body muscles, moustache, chin hairs, desires to do male sports, dressing male, ever hang out with fatir boys, and overall non-feminine female. 158, this is passed on to fateh tattoo girls, often by their past generations or their mothers, more than 4 exchanges of male bodily fluids sexually. Now, having 4 partners in the West in a lifetime is nothing compared in this society today. That's how we would look at it. Let's be honest. Most of the people on the call, that's nothing. It's not. If you had 4 partners in, I don't know, in a 10-year period, it's not even nothing. Yeah, like what you're seeing on some of these programs now, some people's not even 25. You understand? 50, 100 partners. This guy, I think, on one of those programs I was watching, he was set for 1,000 girls. Wasn't even 30 years old. What kind of confusion does that create internally for the people? And then what he's then passing on to other women with that kind of record. The society just rolls their eyes up. Now, if a woman had 1,000 men, there'd be a lot of judgment. A man has that 1,000 men, people like roll their eyes up and don't even do nothing. Which is amazing to me, and why I was thinking how they bring down leaders through sexual process. So in one environment, a man sleeps with 1,000, or he's on reality TV, no judgment. If you're a pastor or a preacher, you sleep with 3 women, boom, they're gonna wreck your career, they're gonna bring it down. So which are the real rules? Or are they set up in a way to take down people? You know, sex has been used to bring down powerful men and women in a lot of, obviously, various different positions. You know, don't like how you do it, things. You understand? It's not going to change. So you have to be aware of these things. Now, it says this has been passed on to future generations. Yeah, often their past generations or their mothers mourn for exchanges of male body fluids sexually. Don't believe me? Check the science out. Yeah, so look this up about influences. 159. We must protect our DNA after living in the image of the Ba'h beast in the West or being invaded by them in our homeland of Africa, India, Asia, and Australia. So it's really interesting to me is that obviously you think about these 4 generations and there's this stereotype of absent fathers. I say stereotype because is it reality? Some things people speak into existence as well if they keep pushing a certain narrative. But you watch programs just like the BBC. I think there's one that looks at people going back and looking at their genealogy. I can't remember the name of it. Maybe somebody can put it in the chat. I think it's something Who You Are, BBC program, but you basically go and you look up in records or whatever, who's your 4 generations? Who do you think you are? Something like that, I think it's called. And interesting enough, when you look at the blacks, it's always this thing of blacks going past or whatever, the mixed race people, they go back and then, or there's always this, not mixed race, but the blacks more so, go back and they look in their history and they find out that the white people were part of their family. And the way they make the program, it's always some, I don't want to disrespect the people who's been on the program, but they always kind of make it like it's a good thing. You know, I'm surprised I've got white in my family. You understand? Because it's whatever, it's a 3rd, 4th generation away. But then you think about the behaviours and the activity that people were going on with. So maybe in their life, maybe their father wasn't around, or the person's father wasn't around in the previous generation. So that maybe in the 2nd generation from where they are. And then what you look at, you see, a white man came over to Africa. He had his English whatever family, and because we were in England, so he had his English family, and he was going down into Africa, having sex with these women or whatever, and then had children by them. Now, and then basically left that woman, and then he's going back to England with his quote unquote real family, and then going on business trips back to Africa, and then meeting up with this family over here. So this behavior, you think that doesn't translate then into the genes of what's taking place today? In certain generations with absent fathers. So who's to blame? With the double families. I'm not saying here women, listen to me on the phone, and people, males on the phone. I'm not saying men are perfect by any means. And if you listen to the Patriarchs, they talk about the consequences of male adverse actions of mistreating females because of their higher standing in nature and how transformation happens on both sides. But who is responsible for the behavior? If you understand about genetic behavioral transfer. So the men are catching fire for this behavior, but because they haven't done that tracing back of the behaviors that are in their genes. Everybody now is responsible for their own choices that you make, or the one driving the car. So yes, these things have an influence, and they have more of an influence when we were spiritually ignorant of it. That's why we need to be aware of it. Better we know it, and you know what I mean, look out for the influence and track these influencing factors and behaviors that are leading to self-destructive outcomes versus and then start to then take control to do more self-preservation actions. You understand? However late in life we caught up onto this stuff. You say you can't change, in this lifetime, you can't change what happens in the past. Understood? So, some things you have to accept and say, you know what, I'm going to fix up what I can deal with now, clean up what I can clean up now, and influence my children to do better, make better decisions. You understand? And maybe the people around me. That's all you can do for now. Don't mad up yourself for things that you cannot change. Now, it says, he came in seeking not just to invade our lands, but he also desired to invade our DNA sexually. So we have to rejoice at the fact that we are aware of these facts now, because there was this hidden enemy within that was messing up certain things in our lives or whatever continually, and we didn't know what it was. We blamed it all on ourselves and our own decisions rather than these influencing factors. So exchange his Jawed, wicked, evil, unnatural nature with our own, which made us black devils, following his wicked, evil ways of living. 161. And because of him invading us mentally and physically and geographically, we now act like, talk like, think like, stink like, and have his diseases, viruses, sicknesses, habits, addictions, lusts, and perversions, all enforced and reinforced by books like the Bible and the Quran, novels, fictions, and his schooling, cinema, TV, and CDs. 162. You run and name it. He programs it, and to enforce a program in your mind, khatat body, your tatufat emotions, your sha'urat feelings, attractions, love life, how you see others, how you see yourself, all brain dirtying by a race of devils, Kharadu, children of the Adamite daughters, and Jawed, wicked rapists, sons of God. Genesis 6:1-5. Yeah, read it. 161, and obviously in the book of Enoch, first Enoch. It says, protect your DNA, protect our mitochondrial DNA. You can restore your divine Vanastasu feminine, Yachasat genes, no matter how many Ayashu males you exchange body fluids with, yet not with the Caucasoid male. Yeah, 164. You are the black supreme balanceman. You have the strongest genes. You can overpower their invasion of your bodies. Clean yourself inside out and outside inward. Wu-Sabat or Wunawap is step 1 to step 9. So us just getting back into the knowledge of this is the first step to overcoming this. 165. You will overpower them inside your khatat body. Any race or sub-race who mix with Nagaru negroids becomes divine, even if they have intercourse with the exchange of fluids. Yet afterwards, if they return to the Adamite or Canaanite race, they will kill the divine Yachasat genes, being attacked by the alien Caucasian Mator, sperm, Manan semen, just as is done when the Matar sperm enters, and that would say into the womb. I'm going to go into all of that stuff right now, but that's giving you a bit of a flavor of what takes place and the type of behaviors that are being promoted as a result of this kind of fake, I call fake feminism, because it's a misinterpretation of the transformation that nature is doing to restore back the matriarch. Nature is restoring back the Sacred Femi-Nine. It's not restoring hot girl summer. Understood? Yeah, it's trying putting the woman back to that Ashtat type woman and female. Yeah, that when we look in awe. We bow down, yeah, to that image, not to what these devils are trying to turn our race into. Yeah, this is what he wants us to produce. And anybody who goes against that plan, understood, they're going to be imprisoned, killed, yeah, for trying to change what is taking place. Yeah, and this is what's justified now. This is what's acceptable. You mean the male role model, the drug dealer. You understand? I'm judging that situation, but that's the male role model, isn't it? That's the real superhero, the drug dealer. Isn't it? Yeah? Who lives off of the misery of certain people, his own people, or people who he sells to. Versus then who they're trying to create now. Young and established. They couldn't even show what she was doing. It's more because this is what I think. But this is normalized now. Normal. I mean, can you even tell if you see people going to a club now? Can you tell the difference between what is bedroom wear versus what's on the outside? And the club is the justification for that, isn't it? And then they say, "Don't look." Don't look. You know what I mean? In that regard. But this is what the master teacher and the teachings were designed to transform us, yeah? To protect the royal seed, produce the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine by getting the youth of today to be producing that. Very different vibration, correct? Yeah, with the pass key seal. We see them wearing there. Look at the symbols there, the design, everything. Absolutely stunning young people. Yeah, culturally. Still to be admired, still desired, understood, but class. Yeah, look but don't touch. Look with respect and don't touch. Yeah, and if you want her to be a part of your life, then you're going to have to win her affections, and you are going to have to produce or be worthy of the Mara age or marriage to bring that union. It doesn't just look at you, it's looking at your 4 generations as well. What are we dealing with here? 4 generations back, when families getting together in terms of this union. Yeah, the whole ritual. And as we explained earlier, men didn't carry out the marriages when we were in our right cultural mind, and what we're reintroducing back today. Women did the marriage ceremony. Women did the spiritual ceremonies. Yeah, because that reflects nature. Understood? So here, more images. You know, so I'm not knocking the Nicki Minaj's and the thing, but the devil pays these people millions, and Megan Thee Stallions, the devil pays them millions. And maybe they don't even know at that young age, so Megan Thee Stallion, they don't even know they're even a part of the plot of the plan. And this is what they're stopping. Yeah, put the master in jail because this is what it produces. Yeah, after in less than 30 years. See, so it's a war going on right now, and hopefully you see how plain this war, simple this war is. Yeah, who we're trying to transform, or who we are transforming back into in this day and time. Understood? Which is why nature is forcing change in the world. Forcing change in the world by moving us back to a matriarchal, as opposed to, as I say, a matriarchal as opposed to a patriarchal society. You understand? That started with the coming of the teacher, Dr. Malachi Z York, and bringing in of the mental transformation necessary so that we would come together physically. Yeah, and walking us through a series of schools so we'll be ready now to embrace this transformation and all what is happening in nature or the environment to force that transformation to take place as part of that. Now, what time we got there? All right, maybe you're right. You keep dropping in and out. Any questions? So I'm only going to do 15 minutes. So any more questions?
Somebody's just asked, can you post this class link upload after class today? Well, I can answer that. Basically, it takes a while for the video to be rendered for YouTube use, so it probably won't be up until probably Tuesday at the earliest. So it will be uploaded, but it takes a while for the video to be rendered. So the soonest that will be up will probably be about Tuesday. There's a question here from Sakamtat, and it says, and it refers to when you were speaking about the child turning 360 degrees in the womb, and the question is, when the child is turning inside the mother's womb, is the child connected to all the birth signs because the child is touching all of the cosmic energy? So the child is all birth signs.
Okay, I understand the question. As I say, we didn't deal in birth signs, in a sense. So I understand the nature of the question as expressed. We didn't deal in birth signs. The child is, yes. What's happening is remember all of the aspects of when you look at the human brain, for example, you have 12 pairs of cranial nerves, correct? And that is that's part of the person's inner kingdom. So it would be better to describe it and say that the person is being activated holistically by way of that process. Yeah, rather than saying they're all birth signs, it would be a case of saying you're touching base because that is the kingdom of heaven in you. Yeah, the 24 points of alignment in you. So it's more of an activation should be more than birth signs. Yeah. If you need more, then please question further. Any other questions?
Yes, we have one from Den Annie Ray. Explain the passkey seal S Atat, it says here.
I cannot. I'm not a woman.
Right, fantastic.
Or Sacred Femi-Nine. So, and I think as a male, they probably wouldn't give you the breakdown of it. It's their thing, and it's a symbol of the change. So some knowledge is not for. It's not for male ears.
Right. There's another question from Shem. Is homosexuality and bisexuality accepted within the Nawapian / Sabian culture?
It's an interesting question. Interesting the way you phrased it. It's a part of nature, so it's not something that is promoted. And I say why, and it's not to be adverse to people who are of that persuasion. And the reason, if you think logically, the way nature has designed us in terms of optimum rebirth and production, it is not a freeway process at this particular time. So when we come together, if you think about the optimum process is for a woman to reproduce another female on her own. When you think about that, the risk profile of infection or disease or anything of that nature is reduced because there's no external exchange. Yes, and actually because the baby matches her own internal markers, the birthing process is less traumatic as well. You understand? Yeah, so that's optimum. You think about it from the original. The way we design now, we split out insofar as the internal woman, the internal male principle in the woman has been placed in the form of a man that she created. And so when it says the two of us coming together, we become one flesh, is because the two of us coming together unite back to the original design plan or whatever, because you've got male and female coming together as one, as the it or that atom point. Yeah, the neutral point, as one may classify it as. So as far as nature's design, the way it's optimized, or where they've changed the design to work with nature's rules. So not to keep being elongated, if you go to the supermarket today and you buy, you can buy carrots, you can buy organic carrots. Organic carrots have been groomed and raised in a certain way, and so therefore they're organic carrots. Our carrots have not been raised that way, so they're just carrots. Yes? So one's been worked organically and one is not. when the design is manipulated from an engineering point of view, but works in conjunction with nature's rules, it then is natural. When it's done in adverse to nature's rules, then it's considered to be unnatural. Understood? Yeah. And so when our genes were manipulated to enable us to be male and female, that is still the optimum process, even though it has some inherent dangers within it. So that is the optimum for our race naturally occurring. Now, if a person is born because of those genetic defects I talked about earlier, or they're born naturally as hermaphrodite and hermaphrodite, that is who they are. And that is what it is. Now, do we promote that? Well, you wouldn't promote it to say, okay, well, as a choice, why would I promote something that's a defect? I'm not going to promote something that's a defect if it's to do with how that has arisen is because of a hormonal imbalance, because of stress caused in the womb. I'm not going to promote that as something that I want to happen. No. If somebody arises at that situation because they've been born a hermaphrodite or hermaphrodite, then so be it. If it happens that somebody's born that way as a result of that defect, it is what it is. Life goes on. We have to live with it. We don't judge people as a result of those decisions made because it's still natural. It was still a natural process that resulted in that outcome. So we don't sit in judgment and say, okay, well, that person, what they're kissing women or whatever, shame on them. No, it's just like, okay, they were born that way. That's how it is. It's like somebody being born without use of their legs, or somebody being born with bad eyesight. You understand? Now, you're going to judge them for that situation. It's happened. What can you do about it? We put things in place to work around that. But we don't optimize it, or what they try to do in this society is basically say, well, you can choose and be what the hell you want for sexual freedom with no responsibility, or let's say for these hidden agendas, as I say, that are seeking to reduce population control, but maybe innocently using the, as they say, the queer community, so to speak, to advance agendas which don't make sense. So no, we're not for just calling yourself anything what you want. You are what you are according to nature. But if that's what you are naturally, and you express yourself sexually in that way, there's no judgment in it. But we don't move to extremes of promoting that or not, you know what I mean, or rejecting it. We are in the middle of that. If that's what you are naturally, that is what you are, no issue. But ideally, going forward, are we looking to optimize that? No, you have to understand the importance of the birthing process and why women need to be active but not stressed. As men involved in that process as well. We need to create environment. We're supposed to be builders. So it's to build an environment that is conducive to produce the optimum star child to be born. And if she's stressed because there's no money to pay bills, or if she's stressed, you're not in the right environment, she's stressed, you know what I mean, because whatever, not talking to the family, these things have to be solved. Ideally, before you have a child, that's why you put the right environment in place before, you understand, you engage in a sexual process, so that you plan to produce the optimum star child in a context of with your soulmate. When that doesn't happen, this is what occurs. So no, and basically we don't have an issue with it. That's the point I'm making. And hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites are actually essential, excuse me, as the gatekeepers working with the golden children who are also being born in this day and time. Not everybody's a golden child, but the Tut Ankh Amun type child, the golden children who work in conjunction with two hermaphrodites and two hermaphrodites to open up certain gateways into spiritual rituals in our culture. So it's not a problem. So if you read behind the science and into certain things, it's not really a problem. Do you want to see it every time in your face? If you're not that preference, you don't want to see two men kissing. Same way as maybe somebody who's homosexual might want to see two heterosexuals kissing, but they've been conditioned in a way where that's normal to them. But what's happened is that whole thing has been hijacked. So our thing is to cut through the noise, as you can see there, with facts, and see what does it mean to our culture. Understood? And if it's about the way the monotheistic religions teach it, that two men coming together, it doesn't result in a child being born. Let's be real. There's many things that take place in a bedroom that are never, ever, ever going to result in a child being born. Yeah, that's the reason or rationale that they give. And they don't know what they're talking about because they've never studied the language and they've never read the Sumerian tablets to know what their overlords designed and what their purpose was for putting in the so-called commandments and laws that in place for them. It's got nothing to do with us. That is Adamite culture for them. So no, I say we have an open mind with certain things, no judgment if that's what's naturally occurred, but we would be against the persuasion type stuff that is arising from poor or ignorance of sexual law, sexual process. But, you know, if that's what people choose to do in the confines of their own bedroom in a controlled manner, then obviously, you know, that is what it is. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Right, anything else?
We have a last question here from Den Amireye. Is there a way to receive instant healing from our Salafu?
If we say instant healing, I don't know what instant healing is. I suppose you have various rituals. You have the Shafoy ritual, which you can look up with a blue candle, cinnamon, honey, where you can direct healing energy to various different parts of the body. So that is one ritual. You have obviously connecting with one's ancestors, which, as I say, we've gone through maybe in previous classes and more details about that. You need to check out Connecting with the Ancestors presentation to do with that side of things, which can either help to direct you to requests for solutions for problems that would lead to a healing solution. And then you have something called Wazufa, which is an older type, which was taught under the ancient mystic order. That's an older Eastern philosophy teachings, which again was a healing with sound. And next week, when we do next week's class, there'll be some stuff that deals with, say, more aligned with where we are at now in terms of ancient Egypt, dealing with the science of the breath and some of the healing properties within that. So those are some routes for you, obviously, to seek healing. But obviously, as with all things, you know, get proper medical attention to do with whatever the issue is, and you know, work holistically, find people that understand what your personal circumstances and situation are. So if the analysis and testing is correct, then, or they're well practiced in that, then obviously that can help to provide a proper solution for healing whatever it is you're suffering from. Understood. Any other questions?
There are no other questions.
Okay, I don't know if we're going to get time to go through this, but I think what I'm going to do. Okay, what I'm going to do is that we'll start off with this last little section next week, and then we'll get into the breath. So I just want to take people through. It's a thing called Solomon and Makeda, and it deals with the history of a person referred to as Hatshepsut, or Hatshepsut, as she's called in history. And she symbolises, in this day and time, obviously why we've changed from Wu-Sabat to Wu-Sabat, but also encompasses what we mean by female rulership, as well as encompassing some of these challenges that we have, I suppose, around how gender change, etc., or hermaphrodites or hermaphrodites in her case were dealt with back then, and some of the challenges even in more recent times or whatever. And we're going to be looking at this particular monument here, referred to as the Ba'ah Temple, the Soul Temple, which was dedicated to Hatshepsut or Hatshepsut, excuse me, in proper tones, and go through her story in some detail as she symbolises, as I say, that connection to modern day female rulership or change of rulership in a male-dominated world. Yeah, so really good kind of story to kind of get into. So we will limit the introduction next week. So we're back on next week. Limit the introduction, let's say, finish this off, and then go straight into the breath, or hidden science of the breath, because I say it's a smaller class. None of these classes are small, but obviously we're a bit limited to what you can do in terms of actual physical demonstrations. So we're just going to get into the science of it as opposed to maybe the practical applications of some of the exercises. Obviously, people have to seek out the book as and when it's back and available post this lockdown scenario situation. Okay, hopefully that's good enough. And I say thank you for spending the additional time. Hopefully that was clear. I did not want to rush that section because it's helpful to make it really clear, and people, I'm sure, will have more questions on that, so it doesn't stop there. So by all means, that's one thing. Happy to take questions on to make that clear for people. It's an interesting one to follow through, and certainly in this day and time where, as I say, they want to create a lot of laws and different interpretations and make you scared to, you see a man in a dress at your workplace wearing Ugg boots and a maxi dress, and you can't say nothing. I mean, otherwise you're going to get a sack. So better for you to be informed of what all that looks like, trans, all that kind of stuff. It's better to you to understand it and be in a position of knowledge and power to what it is and, what's taking place, in that regard, in that context, let's say, rather than feel like something's being done to you or done to your mind or getting you to accept things that, maybe you don't feel naturally you should accept, etc. So understanding, having knowledge of the inner workings of the body, in coupled with nature, and then how it then reflects culturally, is always useful. And so transitioning from patriarch to matriarchal, we have to understand that as well. And that's not about creating weak men either, you understand? So don't get that out of your head, men. It's about respecting women and respecting the sacred feminine and helping to put her back in place, because, as we already expressed, nature transforms the woman first, she transforms her man. Yeah, because she still has that connection to the heavens. And this is why their thing was, well, let's damage the genes. It's always been, remember, the Mars always expressed this symbolically in their Genesis chapter 3 story. And he said, symbolically, their interpretation of the devil went to the woman first, it didn't go to the man. So there's always been a focus on the woman because of the mitochondrial DNA and mashing up the genes. Yes, because my slang, but that's what it is. Destroying the genes. Destroying the ability for us to reconnect with our ancestors, as we showed you that pathway through the various different stories from that incident 9 billion years ago, where they cut off the direct connection and then obviously retain that connection from Isis or Ashtat within, as I give you it in the story of Isis and Re, and then placed it in Hara, in the HAR1 gene on the 20th chromosome. I created this hybrid of who is extraterrestrial and human, on this planet today known as star children. I asked the Nagarnadu race, the negroid race, being both etheric and physical beings. And understand who and what we are and what our ascension pathway is and what our pathway is back to joining those Natharu, who real name is the Mozaku, as Rizq as providers. Okay, so I say next week, that's part of the plan there. So this is an old I've adjusted this. So part 2, you need to log into part 2. You need to look at part 2. If you're already registered for that, not a problem, you'll get a notification. If you're not registered for part 2 or for the class separately, then go to our Facebook page and all the registration links are there. And just very quickly as I'm closing out, just show you YouTube channel. Just bear with me. So simply all eyes Egypt. Yeah, that's here. So any new videos, etc. Let's get started.
Really loud. The background music is really loud for some reason. Very, very loud. We can't hear you.
Okay, so just turned it off. Thank you. Appreciate that. So here is our YouTube channel. So again, you can find the links for, should be able to find links yet for registration for any of the classes here. Yeah, it's all free. So they're here as well. If you want to find those on YouTube. And so this part will basically be uploaded to that channel, as Horam have said, in a few days. And Wu-Sabat, as we mentioned earlier, is definitely worth subscribing to. You see here 200 odd videos they're uploaded, and so definitely worth looking into some of these. So some of these are their updates before they get transformed into books. So you can learn much more than I can teach you in some of these things. Obviously, you need to click into it to see what the subject matter is or hover over it. And so, like the master teacher does, you tend to find things are in multiple different subjects. Some are classified where it's just a date and a thing here. So I'm very excited and see. It doesn't always show what the subject is, but it does in the title sometimes. You just need to look at and go into it to see. Reflection and projection, that's the class that we're doing. So there's various different subjects. There's one here about the planet Earth, which is really useful. I was looking at the other day. No, not that one. But I think it's called As the World Turns or something like that. So there are lots of different classes in relation to that, or updates, as I say, which you can check out. So, really useful to kind of get yourself in more detail that we can see here, or there may be books that have not been yet to be released. Yeah, and so you can, as I say, find probably more information and detail than I'm able to convey to you in one set of classes for you. Yeah, thank you, Neil. That's a good one. Okay. Yeah, so that was one there. So, yeah, again, as the planet turns, so maybe some of the stuff we were talking about in terms of the procession and all of that sort of stuff may have been difficult for some people to understand. This is a very detailed class about the cycles on the planet Earth and how certain things work. It's definitely worth checking out if you have the time during this period of lockdown.